In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby Week at the World's Marketplace.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland for one last time this spring as we close out what has been a phenomenal 2023 spring meet. Gabby Gaudet, Scott Hazelton with you. We've got 10 races remaining. We got some rain overnight, some pretty significant rain. I had a chance to speak to Gatewood Bell, the vice president of racing, early this morning. Informed me that the turf will be yielding at the beginning of the day. They'll go back out, reassess the turf course. They've taken the 2-year-old turf race off the turf. It'll move to the main track, distance change there to 4.5 furlongs. But they'll go out, reassess, and they have a feeling that if no more rain comes in this morning, fingers crossed and so far so good, that it will be upgraded to good. So It's yielding as of now, but they want to get that information out there before the start of the Pick Six because we have that closing day Pick Six carryover. It's been the theme of the meet, in part over $52,000. Everything must go. Mandatory payout in the Pick Six in all multi-race exotic pools.
And Super High Five in the 10th race as well. We also have a small carryover there of $8,700. But a lot of focus will be on that Pick Six carryover. And we have had several of these over the course of the meet. It has not been easy.
It has not. And this is another challenging card. I would say that we would look towards maybe Warlike Goddess as being one of those horses that you can lean on as a single, looking to join a very short list of horses that have won 3 consecutive stakes races here at Keeneland. The Ben Ali, 72 to 1974, a horse named Night Counter, did it 3 years in a row. And then the Fayette horse named Royal Harmony won it from 1969 to 1971. So she's seeking to become
When did
just
you
a
hit
third.
the media guide?
This morning.
This morning?
Yes,
you got
ma'am.
up early, had your cup of coffee?
Had the cup of coffee, went outside, enjoyed the nice weather this morning.
Wow.
Scrubbed through the media guide, backed it up with the media department here. Thank you, Amy G. And here we are. So
that's what happens when entries for the next week aren't, we don't have to do them here at Keeneland.
That's right, yeah.
You have free time in the morning.
We do, and our work is in, and we are ready to roll. So carryover in the Pick Six, Toyota Super High Five carryover. We'll remind you of that over the course of the afternoon. Let's roll back yesterday's recap, starting in race number 5. The Gray Wizard up against the rail, had to work through some splits to get the win. Johnny Velasquez, Graham Motion, and the Eclipse Thoroughbred Silks, impressive in this 1.5-mile turf event.
The next winner we'll look at is Miss Riddler, and pay close attention to the marking on her face. That's absolutely insane and appropriately named Miss Riddler. For trainer Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez aboard for the victory as well. Luis Saez having a good day. Eddie Keneally having a great day.
Dialed In having a great day. The sire, one of 3 sons or daughters of Dialed In, winning yesterday at Keeneland Racecourse. Braganza for Eddie and Luis. Very impressive in race number 8. She demolished this field later in the card.
And she has been an inconsistent one, but she definitely fired her best yesterday afternoon. And speaking of firing their best, Mangid showed some speed out of the gate under Florent Giroux and pulling off a big upset at 19-1.
There were double-digit prices in the top 3. The trifecta was enormous. Well done if you got any piece of that. This is a big reason why we have that Pick Six carryover and the Toyota Super High Five carryover. Another interesting aspect of the day is the jockeys race especially. Tyler Gaffalione, Luis Saez tied up after yesterday, and there is just about an equal opportunity for each of them to pull away from one another in this jockeys race. Now, if I've done the math correctly, and I'm not going to ask you to back me up on math because we made a pact on that earlier in the meet, Wesley Ward is guaranteed at least a share of the trainer's title.
That's true, because Brad only has 1 entry today in the 7th.
And Brendan...
I can do that simple math.
Brendan's got 5 in today, but he'd have to win 5 to tie with Wesley. Not saying Brendan's not capable. He's had an amazing meet. It really would be a feat that we talk about for years to come. But Wesley's had a great
media
meet.
Guide. You'd have to look that up in 10 years.
Right alongside your picture, which is there. Weather update. Let's get after it. Here's WKYT.
Here we are, the final day of the spring meet, and we likely stay dry for the most part out there. Now, you could run into a stray shower or two, and that's exactly what I'm tracking for this final day of the meet, because the temperatures are going to be just fine. It's just if you do run into a shower, I think the better chances are going to happen into the afternoon hours beyond 1 or 2 o'clock, getting toward 3, 4, 5, 6. That's when we could have a better chance to feature some showers and storms in the area. But it's nothing that's going to cause the track to get too overly saturated. It's not going to be one of those situations out there. If we we do see some rain, because these showers and storms are just not going to be around long enough to get it to a sloppy category. Certainly wet as we move forward with some of the rain that's passing through the area for you out there today. So good luck and have a great day.
Bring a jacket, bring an umbrella just in case. We're hopeful. It's on the chilly side. It's in the 60s, as you can see there. You got the jacket busted out, but it is very pleasant here on this closing day. 10 races left. Looking forward to it before we get into full swing for Derby week. 1 week from tomorrow is the Kentucky Derby.
I know. Isn't that crazy? And this meet has absolutely flown by. I know we say that, but I think it's especially true this year.
Full card picks. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. You'll have access to them each and every race day. It's available on your tablet or smartphone.
We agree a lot today. We agree in the first. We also agree in the second race with some of those scratches. We also agree in 6, 7, and 8. Disagree in the final 2 races, but we'll talk about that. In the fourth too, we scratched into agreements as well. There were a lot of late scratches, so I'm sorry. I'm a little all over the place right now, more so than usual.
Let's name a horse scratching into agreement. That is the full card selections. It's kind of our relationship. That would sum it up. Keeneland Racing on Twitter for social media followers. On Facebook at Keeneland, same on Instagram, FanDuel TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app. In full swing, we go. It's free to watch, no subscription fees for the FanDuel TV Plus app. We're going to have Churchill Live Racing over there, commercial free as well. So download it. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Gabby and I did a funny little commercial promoting it. Look out for that on social media. Actually quite proud of it. Gabby had...
I was hungry.
You were going to hunt, yeah. Well, you put together a hell of a charcuterie board like that.
I can put together a mean charcuterie board, just so you know.
Just don't put it in the oven. Let's go to our featured race. Race number 8, the Bewitched Stakes, Grade 3 event. Fillies and mares 4 and up at 1.5 miles. Again, we expect the turf course to be good come post time for the Bewitched, and we'll update you on that over the course of the drying out conditions that we're in the midst of right now here at Keeneland Racecourse. But seeking just to become the third horse to win 3 stakes in consecutive years, is Warlike Goddess. And she has just, I mean, from where she's gone from her first win in the Bewitched to 2021 to where she went in the latter stages of 2023, just better and better and better. And how many times do we say this? English Channel.
Oh, yeah, they continue to get better.
The better they get. She could be better this year. This is what she did at the end of the year last year. This was the follow-up to her win in the Grade 1 Turf Classic at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. She ends up finishing third, beating 3 lengths to Rebels Romance, that wonderful Godolphin runner. She's right there alongside of him there for a second, or that was the other Godolphin horse, that's Rebels Romance in the white cap. But she goes down to the inside, and also she runs a giant race there to finish third against the boys. This is a filly that has run against the boys in her last 2 races. She's back against the fillies here today. I think she does it. I don't see a horse in here that is at her level right now. They all have to step up, or she has to regress. She's coming off of a 5-month layoff. That could be a concern for some, but Bill Mott, he gets him ready.
She's done it. She did it last year. She came back in the Bewitched off of a layoff from the Breeders' Cup. She did it the year, or no, she did not do it the year prior to, but it's not even, I don't even think you really have to be completely ready. For a horse like this, do you have to be completely ready to win at 1.5 miles? I think she can even maybe deliver her B game and still win, but she can't deliver her C game.
It's possible. There's some nice fillies in here. Temple City Terror, Keeneland November grad from last year. She was brilliant in the Rudin Riddle Dowager last year here at Keeneland. She followed it up with another stakes win at Aqueduct, ran into Chanticleer in a tough group in the Hillsborough, but we know that she likes it here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Brendan Walsh said she's been all about being patient. She's gotten better with age as well. And then the 5-horse Personal Best, that horse I know that you're going to be touching on here in just a second. You've got to respect her. She won the La Proviante at the beginning of the year at Gulfstream Park and was recently second in the Orchid Stakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Warlike Goddess is certainly the horse to beat. She just loves to win. She loves to run well, whether it be against the boys or against the fillies. She just does seem to be the class of the field. And it's a small field. Sometimes things can happen in terms of the pace scenario in a 1.5 mile type of race, but she has proven in the past that she can adapt. She can be closer to the pace. She can be further from the pace. It doesn't really matter. So she is certainly the horse to beat. But the 5 personal best, I do think this is an improving filly at this point in time of her career. And we will take you back to the La Prevoyant. This was back on the 28th of January. She has had one start since then, and that was in the Grade 3 Orchid down there at Gulfstream Park, where she finished second to Amazing Grace. But she got it done as the favorite in this event. And I did think that this was the biggest class test to date for her. She was a filly that took some time to break her maiden. Then Shug McGahee kind of put her in those allowance races. This was her first test against Graded Stakes Company, and she prevailed. She came back to run a really good race once again against Graded Stakes Company and the Orchid. So, again, we're talking about Grade 3 Company versus Grade 1s against boys.
And the best, some of the best in the world in the Breeders' Cup, yeah.
So, no disrespect to the other fillies and mares in this race, but at this point in time, Warlike Goddess has certainly proved herself as a class in this field.
No question about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. We thank Mr. Krikorian for coming back in this direction. We know how much he loves Keeneland, how much he loves Lexington, and Mr. Krikorian, we love this mare. We look forward to seeing her compete here today, going for 3 in a row in the Bewitched. For more on the favorite, here's Tom Leach.
Joel Rosario will be aboard the favorite, Warlike Goddess, in the closing day Bewitched Stakes. When she's at her best, what is her most impressive quality?
I mean, she have just that long speed, and then, when she's 24, when she passed that three, the last 3 furlong, and then just a nice horse to ride, and thank you to Billy and George for the opportunity.
And she seems to be able to adapt. It's a small field. If the pace were to be slow, she can adapt to that, right?
Yeah. I think so. She been in that situation before, where the pace is very slow in front, and she handled it fine, and she had to be a little closer. It's okay, and it seemed like it was okay with her. Yeah.
You're aboard Disarm for the Kentucky Derby a week from Saturday, and how do you see him moving forward off the race here in the Lexington?
Yeah, we look forward, and just a great race to be, and. Thank you to Winshaw and Steve and everybody.
Think he's got to move forward on him?
I mean, yeah, we kind of run against the best 3-year-old, you know what I mean? And, a lot of horses, they really, being developing, and being good horse at the moment, also as he is also a good horse. But, it's like you got to get the trip and everything, with 20 horses. So just, he worked the other day really well, so. We'll see what happens.
Well, good luck on getting the trip in the Bewitched and the Derby.
Thank you.
That's Joel Rosario. He'll have the favorite, Warlike Goddess, in the Bewitched Stakes.
Joel with a nice meet comes into the afternoon with 7 wins. His horses have run out to nearly $800,000. So well done to Joel, his agent, the all-world Ron Anderson, for another great meet here, and looking to close it out with more success and another stakes win with Warlike Goddess.
And Joelle alluded to this, that she has been able to adapt in small fields in the past, and a perfect example of that was in the Grade 3 Bewitched last year. It was a 5-horse field, and she found herself more forwardly placed, and she still prevailed. So I don't think that's going to be any bit of an obstacle for her today.
Let's go to our key races. Race number 5, midway through the card, just prior to it, really. We the People, 4 to 5 on the morning line. You got Business Model that will be a factor in here based on the competition that he's kept as of late. I find it hard to get it past We the People coming into the race, even though he's coming off of a layoff longer than what Warlike Goddess is. I've got him on top of Business Model and the 5-horse Britain's Kitten, who ran a good race down at Fairgrounds at the same distance of 1 1/8, but I think has to step up to go with these other two. We the People, this is a horse that he has shown some brilliance at times. We're going to go back to his run at Belmont Park back in the springtime last year. This is the Peter Pan Stakes, oftentimes a prep race for the Belmont Stakes, and that in turn was the case with this Son of Constitution. He would win this race by 10 lengths. He would come out of there, and he set the pace in the Belmont Stakes, and they went pretty quick that afternoon. He ended up finishing 4th behind Mo Donegal and Nest and Skippy Longstocking. He was defeated by Skippy Longstocking in the West Virginia Derby. We saw Skippy Longstocking run earlier this meet in the Ben Ally, but then in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby, just really not much of an impact there. I think he bounces back here today with the time off. He'll be ready to go. He's got 9 works since coming back in training down at Palm Beach primarily. In fact, all at Palm Beach Downs for Todd Pletcher. He's now with Todd Pletcher. I think that We the People will be awful tough for Commonwealth Racing, Bobby Flay, and Windstar Farm.
If I remember correctly, and I would maybe, well, Todd probably won't be here, but maybe Amelia, the assistant, would know. I can remember Rudolph Brisset saying that this horse is really tough in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. He's just been hard to manage from a mental, behavioral standpoint. So that might be something to pay attention to a little bit later today off the layoff.
Horse you could relate to.
Yeah.
Let's move along
we
in
have
our
similarities.
key races of the afternoon. Race number 10. Race number 10 on the card to close things out here this afternoon. You can see Turf King 2-1 on the morning line. Scratch Fearless Soldier. Wicco will be a player in there. A live shot for Wesley Ward to close out the meet.
Yeah, so Turf King is the favorite. Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffleone for Wise Racing. He gets to the turf for the first time, a son of Kingman. The mare was multiple graded stakes place on the turf. The last race that he comes out of at Gulfstream Park produced
he saw there, which means he should lay a little bit closer today, or maybe we'll figure things out. I'll go with Bad Boy Frank, dropping 50 to win on him as we ship out of town over to Louisville for a week.
It's not that
and then
far.
Places in between. Still need gas money.
You do need gas money. I've spent.
I can't afford a Tesla
lot.
like you.
I wish I had a Tesla. They're fast. I don't need a car that fast.
No, you
Okay.
don't.
Do
No,
not.
you don't.
I need something very
You need
slow.
a 4-cylinder inline 4 like Toyota Corolla, like a 98 Corolla.
All right, we're going to take you to the 6th race, a maiden special weight. Salabaya is the 5-2 favorite. A couple of scratches in there, so do take note of that, including the 7 Dixie Supreme, who scratches out of the body of the field. But the 5-2 favorite, that's the direction I go for trainer Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone. Overall, we've been saying this. They've had a very strong meet, and I think, I hope, I know they're going to add one more to the tally here with Salabaya. We'll take you to her last race. This was where she finished second to a filly by the name For the Flag. For the Flag came back to win gate to wire on Sunday last week here at Keeneland for Jimmy Toner and Jorge Ruiz. That was a really impressive performance in my opinion. And unfortunately, this filly, she just had to chase her home. She was right to her outside and just kind of followed her stride to the finish line. But I thought, despite that, even a very good finish. And that was her first race off the layoff since July. She actually ran in the Woodbine Oaks, and it was the first time for Brendan Walsh. So I think she's the class of the field. She gets the blinkers on. There's a lot of upside for her. $20 to win. I'm not as steep as 50, but maybe we can get a little bit more shipping money.
Let's go. Let's just pile it on. I like her there, too. She's a well-bred filly. Dave Anderson Farms, they breed some nice horses up in Ontario, Canada, and this filly is evidence of that. She brought $1.6 million, a $1.6 million yearling purchase at the September sale in 2020 by Shadwell, and if memory serves correctly, it was one of the few that Shadwell bought that year. They waited for this filly in 2020, and I think she's good enough to win, no doubt, today. So good luck to Shadwell. Good luck to Anderson Farms, Dave Anderson, and Tyler Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh. Tom Leach, his final long shot of the spring meet is now.
Well, our last shot at a long shot comes in the last race on today's card, and it is from the Cherie DeVoe barn, More Than Looks at 10-1. 73 buyer last time. That's a solid number. Horse didn't get to run on the turf that time, but is back on what should be its preferred surface. I like the fact that Joel Rosario is riding this horse back. So if we can get a duplication of that last buyer figure on the grass course here at Keeneland, More Than Looks can pay off in the final race of the spring meet.
Side bet of the day, we're even. Even's going into closing day. And yesterday, my man Irad, my friend Irad, he's my friend. He said hi to me yesterday.
He did.
He got me on the scoreboard. Thank you, Irad. Let's do it again with the riders. Tyler
You wanna do that
Gaffleone.
again?
Let's go. Saez versus Gaffleone. Who's getting?
You're kind of at a disadvantage because Louis only has 4 and Tyler has 8 mounts.
Did I pick? What do you mean I'm at a disadvantage?
Oh, well, I thought we were just going to keep. I had Tyler yesterday. I was just going to keep Tyler today.
Oh, that's fine with me. Let's
Okay.
do it.
Well, we could do that, or
Saez,
we could do our top picks in the last
You're not going to shake my hand?
3.
We're not
I
shaking
will,
on
but
it
I'm
yet.
not.
Okay.
I haven't decided that that's what I want to do yet.
So what is it now?
The top picks.
In the last 3 races. Why don't we do them both? Because we might need a tiebreaker.
Okay, tiebreaker, last race. You have the 11. I have the 7.
So we're going on the last 3 picks.
Last pick in the last. Or our picks in the last race is the tiebreaker. You have Louis. I have
Okay,
Tyler.
good deal. Let's shake on it.
Shake it.
Your wheels were turning earlier. Do you got something for us? Or?
I had another idea, but it got a little convoluted.
Yeah,
so
that happens.
better.
That tends to. Team Gabby, Team Scott, hit us up on Twitter at Keeneland Racing is where you got to hashtag us. You're playing for these cork sickles, which we showcase here on the desk, and you can see there. Find them in the Keeneland gift shop. Make sure you visit the Keeneland gift shop. As I said earlier in the meet, best gift shop in sports, period. And we mean that wholeheartedly.
they're empty, I promise.
Hey, we did it again.
We
Let's
did it
shake
again.
We did it again. High five. We don't have to do the air five, high five like we did. Fist bump. What
Is
else
there
do we
anything
do?
else to do? A little kick down
We
here?
do a chest bump, but we're seated right now. Kick under the desk. There you go. For the whole team, Philip Richardson, Isaac, you guys are amazing. Grant, Lauren Warren, she's the backbone of the operation. We all know that. They do all the hard work. We have fun, and hopefully they do, and we hope you've had fun with us this spring. Enjoy closing day. here on Today at Keeneland. We'll see you back in the fall.
Keeneland welcomes the Acoustic Cats to the paddock. The Acoustic Cats are a select a cappella ensemble of 12 voices from the University of Kentucky Men's Chorus. They perform numerous concerts for university and community functions, as well as every men's chorus concert. Specializing in pop a cappella, they have recorded 2 albums and are one of the university's most visible ensembles. Today, the Acoustic Cats first will sing our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Oh, weep no more, my lady, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away,
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Jeff Lathery with Traffic as the Employee of the Day. Jeff, congratulations. Keeneland proudly recognizes Security Officer Mitch Mullins for his dedication and service to Keeneland for the past 6 years. We are grateful for his unwavering commitment to the safety and security of our patrons, employees, and all on the Keeneland grounds. Please join us in extending our congratulations to Officer Mullins on his upcoming retirement.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed muddy. The turf is listed yielding. We are off the turf for race 2 today. Again, please note we are off the turf for race 2. Time now to take a look at all of the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s begin. It's also the start of the early pick 5. In the opener today, scratch the 7, Beautiful and Bold. Again, scratch the 7, Beautiful and Bold. There's a jockey change on the 1, Chiquita Mosca. That'll be Edgar Morales. Number 1, Chiquita Mosca. Make the jockey Edgar Morales wave the bug. The corrected weight is 118 pounds. Second race, again, race 2 is off the turf. Race 2 instead will go 4.5 furlongs on the main track. Race 2 off the turf. Instead, it will go 4.5 furlongs on the main track. Scratch. Number 2, Beyond Oscar. Also scratch the 7, Hollywood Boulevard. Scratch the 8, Pianjara. Scratch the 11, She a Baddie. Also scratch the 15, Mambela, and scratch the 16, Kitara. Again, that's in race 2. Scratch number 2, Beyond Oscar. Scratch the 7, Hollywood Boulevard. Scratch number 8, Pianjara. Scratch the 11, She a Baddie. Scratch the 15, Mambela. And scratch the 16, Kitara. There is a jockey change on the 14, Tito's and Ken's. That'll be Declan Cannon. That's the 14, Tito's and Ken's. Make the jockey Declan Cannon wave the bug. The corrected weight, 118 pounds. And please note, both the 13 and the 14 draw into the race. Both 13 intermittent fast and 14 Tito's and Ken's draw into the race. Third race. Scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. That's in the third race. Scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Fourth race. Scratch the 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch the 7, Freeze Pop. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch the 7, Freeze Pop. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on the fourth race. No superfecta on race 4. There's a jockey change in that race for number 3, Ardenwood, and that'll be Tyler Gaffalione. Fourth race, number 3, Ardenwood. Make the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Race 5 today, carryover for the pick 6, $52,325. Final day of the spring meet, mandatory payout, carryover $52,000 plus for the pick 6. No changes in race 5. Sixth race. The start of the late pick 5 and also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. In that sixth race, scratch the 7, Dixie Supreme. Also scratch 13, Vagaries. Scratch 14, Aleatory. Also scratch 15, Proud Performer. And scratch 16, Sri Lanka. That's in race 6. Scratch the 7, Dixie Supreme. And also scratch the also eligibles 13, 14, 15, and 16. There is a jockey change in that race. Number 3, Ragtime Bell. Make the jockey James Graham. That's race 6. Number 3, Ragtime Bell. Make the jockey James Graham. Seventh race. Start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 10, Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13, Citizen, and scratch 14, Demetrius. That's in race 7. Scratch the 10, Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13, Citizen, and scratch 14, Demetrius. Race 8, the featured Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes. Scratch the 6, Sopran Basilia. That's the 8th race, scratch number 6, Sopran Basilea. Please note, because of that scratch, no superfecta wager on race 8. Again, no superfecta on race 8. 9th race, scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. That's the 9th race, scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,731. Again, mandatory payout today, closing day of the spring meet. In that 10th race, scratch number 8, Fearless Soldier. Again, scratch number 8, Fearless Soldier. Please note, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. The jockey will be Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. The jockey will be Irad Ortiz Jr. There are several overweights in that 10th race, and they are as follows. Number 2, Midnight Rising, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 5, More Than Looks, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 10, Moonstrike, the jockey 1 pound over. And number 12, Good Heart, jockey is 1 pound over. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy closing day here at Keeneland Racecourse for this phenomenal 2023 spring meet. And like we talked about this morning, as you heard from Kurt Becker, yet another pick 6 carryover. That has been one of the many themes from a wagering perspective, handicapping perspective. The racing has been brilliant. It's been challenging. That's why we've had these carryovers. We'll get you that figure in a second, Gabby. But we had some rain overnight, yielding to start the day. We might see good conditions come post time for that first turf race of the afternoon if things continue to dry out as expected.
Yeah, so far so good, knock on wood. The rain is expected to come into here probably around 4 p.m., but hopefully we can push it off until after the races. But do keep that in mind when you're handicapping the latter half of the card for those turf races, especially our featured event.
Let's take a look at our featured event. It's the Bewitched, as Warlike Goddess seeks to become just the 3rd horse in Keeneland Racecourse history to pick up 3 consecutive stakes victories in a row. You have to go back to the 70s to find the 2 horses that have done it in the past, so she would be in very rare company. Obviously already there, having won this race in back-to-back seasons, and it really looks like the path is there for her to take this one and go 3 for the last 3 in the Bewitched on the heels of a phenomenal fall that she had in running in the Breeders' Cup and beating the boys up in New York.
Just in general, she seems like she continues to get better, and sometimes we see that happen with the progeny of English Channel. She was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year, whereas the year before that, she competed against foes in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. She beat the boys in the Turf Classic. If you're worried about the layoff, she did it last year. She came off the layoff her first start since the Breeders' Cup, and she won the Bewitched in a similar field. It was a 5-horse field, and it doesn't really matter what scenario it is, she seems to prevail.
It's a delight to have this mare back here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck to all the competitors in today's Grade 3 featured event, the Bewitched Stakes. Carryovers, though, here are those exact figures. Pick 6 carryover, $52,325. So that will grow significantly. And also, as you heard from Kurt Becker, because it is closing day, this is a mandatory payout situation. Post time for that first leg is race number 5 at the Pick 6, 3:08 Eastern time. So race 5 is where the Pick 6 begins. And then in the 10th and final, we have a Toyota Super High 5 carryover from yesterday of over $8,700. Get tied on. It's going to be a great day day of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're just 15 minutes away from the opener. Race number 1, 15 minutes to post. A muddy course is what they'll be dealing with here to start the day. 75,000 claimer, 3-year-old fillies going a mile and a 16th. There's Huntley, the number 5 horse. Now, Huntley had a breakout performance at the fairgrounds back at the end of January, but she's not been able to back that up. And you look 2 starts back, Gabby. She was actually favored over her stablemate, Southlawn, who's going to be one of the big-time players on Friday in the Kentucky Oaks, coming off of that impressive win in the Fairgrounds Oaks.
I know. Norm had 2 horses in the race, Southlawn being one of them and Huntley being the other one. There were some question marks for Southlawn going into the race, and I think that's what contributed to her higher price. But Huntley, obviously coming off that wire-to-wire victory against Maiden Special Weight Company at the Fairgrounds. I do think that's key for her, Scott. The following 2 races, they were very tough, but she also found herself very far off the pace. I don't necessarily think that's the position she wants to be in. I don't think she needs a lead. There does seem to be a fast pace, but if she can kind of sit a stalking trip, I think that would be ideal.
Tituba, the 3-horse, 2-1, second choice for 3 Diamonds Farm. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. She broke her maiden in January at Gulfstream against Maiden Special Weight Company. They gave it a go on the turf course last time out, not nearly as effective. I guess the one pause or cause for concern with a filly like this is why would she not be at least given an opportunity in first level allowance company back on dirt? They drop her in for 75,000, but still, from a wagering perspective and a gambling perspective and form perspective, she is a threat in here. She's a big danger to Huntley.
She was all out to win that maiden special weight at Gulfstream, and I did think she benefited from the way that the track was playing. She was just kind of forwardly placed that day. It is a curious move that, you know, she drops in class, but I think Todd just knows where certain horses belong, and she's probably just not going to cut it at the A other than level.
Needs some money. The number 2 horse for Sarah Hamilton comes up from Oaklawn Park, drops in class. Pretty straightforward angle there, I think, to put her, at least for me, in the top 3 conversation. And then, Gabby, you've got the number 4 horse that is Flamande for Elias Lopez, coming off of a win up at Hawthorne in Chicago.
She will be the speed with that short run first wire finish. I do think that she could maybe hang on for a piece of it. She's a sprinter stretching out to 2 turns today, but she's been a pretty accomplished sprinter. So we'll see if she can take that form and stretch it out to the mile and a 16th.
Just about set for the Riders Up call. Race 1 on closing day at Keeneland. Start of the early pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. $75,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed muddy. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 7, Beautiful and Bold. Scratch 7, Beautiful and Bold. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Chiquita Mosca, Edgar Morales. Number 1, Chiquita Mosca, the jockey, Edgar Morales, waved the bug, the weight 118 pounds. Double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the early pick 5. So early pick 5 players, a reminder, looking ahead to that second race. Remember, race 2 is off the turf. Race 2 comes off the turf, and it will go 4.5 furlongs on the main track. Early pick 5 players, keep that in mind. Race 2 is off the turf, and it will go 4.5 furlongs on the main track. Post time is coming up for the opener in just 8 minutes. Looking ahead to Keeneland's second race, a reminder in race 2 today, not only is race 2 off the turf and going 4.5 furlongs on the main track, but also a reminder in that second race there is a jockey change on the 14 Tito's and Kins, Declan Cannon, and that corrected weight is 119. Please note in the second race, number 14, Tito's and Kins, Declan Cannon is the jockey, and the corrected weight 119 pounds. horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Flamand from between horses for the early lead. to Tuba there to the inside. Huntley moves up a close third to the far outside. Then Pachanga Loca. Chiquita Mosca back toward the inside, joined at the back by Need Some Money, who moves up one spot next to last into the first turn as Pachanga Loca moves by from the far outside, clears the inside traffic, and angles down toward the rail with the lead. Pachanga Loca is on top by 2 lengths around the first turn. Huntley will go second outward from the rail by just a neck. Flamand is third toward the inside. Another length and a half to Need Some Money. Moves up a closer fourth, but still 5 lengths off the lead, heading onto the back stretch just outside of Tatuba, who drops back 1 spot, then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Chiquita Mosca, who trails 23.44 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Pachanga Loca is the leader. Pachanga Loca has opened up on a 7-length lead at the midpoint of the back stretch. Huntley goes second by just a length, Needs Some Money, third up on the outside, then Flamand, who's fourth by 3/4 of a length, Tatuba, Chiquita Mosca behind her. The first half mile was 46.63 seconds. Pachanga Loca is the leader. Pachanga Loca is leading it by nearly 10 lengths around the far turn. Huntley is second midway on the turn. Now Tatuba's moved up a couple of positions. Third up on the outside. Still has a lot of work to do from there to catch the leader, though. Flamand is fourth against the rail as they move by the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. Need Some Money next to last. Chiquita Mosca trails, and the field is beginning to close ground on Pachanga Loca as they move off the far turn. Flamand is going to look toward the rail, and Flamand has gobbled up ground from the inside. Huntley and Tatuba from the outside. Chiquita Mosca is fifth. Flamand is the leader. Flamand just scooted right on by toward the inside into the final furlong, leads it by 3 lengths, and then Tatuba to the outside. Chiquita Mosca moves up second toward the rail. Flamand, Chiquita Mosca, Flamand, Chiquita Mosca, Flamand to win it. Chiquita Mosca second, Tatuba third, Pachanga Loca fourth.
The Chicago Invaders striking here in the opener at Keeneland Racecourse. Flamand under Jimmy Graham getting the victory, and that's the beauty of the Keeneland meet. Whether it's the spring or the fall, horses come from everywhere and run well, and this horse went off at odds of 7-1.
Yeah, pretty honest pace up top set by the 6, and it did just set up for all of these closers, including the number 4 at 7-1, 4-1-3 across the finish.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Flamand, was first. Number 1, Chiquita Mosca, second. Number 3, Tatuba, third. Number 6, Pachanga Loca, fourth. 4136, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Flamand. Owned by Dean Karras, trained by Elias Lopez, James Graham, the jockey. Flamand, a 3-year-old filly by Creative Cause, out of Covey, traced by Stevie Wonderboy, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 46.52 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 4136, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. A reminder, race 2 comes off the turf. It will go 4.5 furlongs on the muddy main track. Race 2 off the turf. It goes 4.5 furlongs on the muddy main track. Scratch the 2, Beyond Oscar. Also scratch the 7, Hollywood Boulevard. Also scratch the 8, Pianjara. Scratch 11, Shia Batty. Also scratch 15, Mambela, and 16, Katara. Again, scratch the 2, Beyond Oscar. Scratch 7, Hollywood Boulevard. Scratch the 8, Pianjara. Scratch 11, Shia Batty. Scratch 15, Mambela, and scratch 16, Katara. A reminder, both the 13 and the 14 draw into the race, Intermittent Fast and Tito's and Kins. Number 14, Tito's and Kins, has that jockey change to Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides 14, Tito's and Kins, corrected weight, wave the bug, corrected weight, 119 pounds. Third race, scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Third race, scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch the 7, Freeze Pop. That's the fourth race, scratch 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch 7, Freeze Pop. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on that fourth race. There's also a jockey change, number 3, Ardenwood, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the fourth race, number 3, Ardenwood, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Race 5 has no changes at this time. Again, the upcoming second race is off the turf, but a reminder, later in the day, we remain on the turf at Keeneland later this afternoon for races 6, 8, and 10.
Race number 2 begins the early pick 4 today. A reminder once again, and we'll continue to remind you up until post time, that this race is off the turf course. The remaining turf races remain on, but this 2-year-old turf event moves over to the main track and will be run at 4.5 furlongs. So a distance and surface change for race number 2. Bunchen, the number 1 horse, a filly for filly for Three Chimneys, a daughter of Gunrunner, that phenomenal stallion who had such a great start to his stallion career, Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. And this filly is a very relaxed filly down here in the paddock. She is a good-looking big filly for being the age of 2. Chestnut, daughter of Gunrunner from the Speightstown First Dam in No More Parties. This is her first foal, so a young family here from a pedigree perspective, and she couldn't be more relaxed down here in the paddock as they move her off the grass and take her to the all-weather stall tow ring, and now into one of the stalls to be saddled. Should be saddled off by herself out to the right, not in that one stall where you typically would see the one being saddled up.
Yeah, and when you look at 5.5 furlongs on the turf with these 2-year-olds, we mentioned this yesterday. Scott even did an interview about it, that sometimes it's not so much about the surface, it's more so about the distance. So that really does come into play when you're talking about these 2-year-olds who were hoping to maybe go 5.5 furlongs on the turf and don't necessarily get that today. They have to go 4.5 furlongs on the dirt this afternoon. But Bunchen, this is another one of Wesley's. I mean, you just always have to have confidence that Wesley has these horses ready, but I will say at this specific distance on the dirt with these 2-year-olds, we've seen that outside post positions, or at least in the middle of the field, have been a little bit better than the rail.
Well, she is a beauty, just like her namesake, Bunchen. 6-5 on the board. She just went from 6-5 to 7-5, now back to 6-5. We go to the number 5 horse, Liam's Message, next for Fausto Gutierrez and St. George Stable, a Liam's Map filly. $42,000 yearling last year. Irad takes the call. Irad Ortiz, a long relationship with St. George Stable, as well as Fausto Gutierrez. You just have to think about Latruska and the successes that they had together during that championship season.
And I think it's encouraging that she picks up the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr. this afternoon at Liam's Map at Progeny. This filly, she looks like she's been working forwardly and really consistent 4 furlong half-mile workouts in the morning to get ready for this one.
The number 4 horse is Donate Life, Munnings filly for Phil Schoenthal, and she is currently sitting at odds of 8-1 on the tote board. That makes her about the 5th choice, if I'm seeing this correctly, in the wagering right now, maybe closer to 4th choice. But nonetheless, live coming into this race off of some workouts up at Fairhill in the Mid-Atlantic.
Yes, and this is a horse. I actually got a text from Phil Schoenthal earlier today, and Donate Life, the name is, this filly is named for the national organization that promotes and supports organ donation and transport support. So they named this horse just to raise awareness, and I just think that's a really cool story for Donate Life. Phil Schoenthal, he's been very active at the sales over the course of the past several years specifically, and it looks like he's picked out a really nice Munnings filly here.
American Tsunami, the number 12 horse, is where we'll go to next. This is a West Coast invader. As far as the connections are concerned, she's had 3 published workouts. All of her workouts have happened right here at Keeneland Racecourse, but trainer Doug O'Neill, he posts up on the West Coast primarily, and the Delmar group. This is a group that brings together some pretty high-profile individuals from the sporting world, including Mick Cronin, that Ohio native, the head coach of the UCLA Bruins basketball team. He's part of it, as is Chip Kelly, the head coach of the UCLA football team. So good luck to them. We know how passionate they are about their racing, and I think this is a positive sign to be debuting this American Pharaoh filly here at Keeneland Racecourse for these West Coast connections and Doug O'Neill.
Exactly. In general, each and every year, Doug O'Neill, he does very solid work with his 2-year-olds, whether it be on the turf or the dirt. American Tsunami certainly has a pedigree that would suggest she's fine on the dirt today. American Pharaoh out of a big brown mare, Sine Wave, and she draws that outside post position that has not been bad so far this meet in the baby races.
2-year-old action, race number 2 at Keeneland. Once again, this moves over to the main track. The track now listed as fast here in race number 2. So fast track condition here with race number 2 and a distance switch to 4.5 furlongs. Bunchen, the favorite, the number 1 horse for 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward.
3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3 Chimneys and Wesley Ward. 3
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Magnolia, a race that comes off the turf and goes 4.5 furlongs on the muddy main track. Race 2 off the turf. It will go 4.5 furlongs on the muddy main track. This race, 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight. Scratch the 2 Beyond Oscar. Scratch 7 Hollywood Boulevard. Also scratch 8 Pianjura. Also scratch 11 She a Baddie. Also scratch 15 Mambela and scratch 16 Katara. A reminder, 13 and 14 both draw into the race. The jockey for the 14, Tito's and Kens, will be Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 14. Tito's and Kens wave the bug. The weight is 119 pounds. Double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes. Again, race 2 off the turf, 4.5 furlongs on the muddy main track. A reminder that later today we do remain on the turf later this afternoon for races 6, 8, and 10. But this second race is on the main track, 4.5 furlongs, 6 minutes to post. horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Magnolia, at 4.5 furlongs over the muddy main track. Start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Next dot out for the lead. Liam's Message broke last. Next dot goes right to the front. Honoria there, intermittent fast. Bunchen kicking in. Bunchen now moves up to challenge for the lead as well. Honoria drops back in fifth. Tito's and Kins moves up one spot from sixth. Donate Life is seventh down toward the inside. Yellow Sundress is in eighth position around the far turn. American Tsunami is wide in the ninth spot as they come off the turn. Liam's Message further back, and Fifth Circuit the trailer. A quarter mile to go. Bunchen has the lead. Bunchen leads it by 3 lengths off the turn. Tito's and Kins to the outside. Donate Life is third toward the inside. Intermittent Fast is in fourth between horses. Moving by the eighth pole. Bunchen with Donate Life right there, moving up and now switching lanes, trying to find some running room. A late run Yellow Sundress down the outside. Tito's and Kins is also there. Tito's and Kins coming after Bunchen. Donate Life between that pair. And then Yellow Sundress in fourth. A driving finish all the way down to the line. And it looked to be Tito's and Kins who got a nose down on the wire, but that will be a photo for the win.
What a finish in this 2-year-old race.
race number 2 at Keeneland. It is Bunchen who has the lead. She's on her wrong lead. She's going to shift inward there as the rider's trying to get her to switch leads. That's Joelle Rosario. She still has that advantage, but the 14 never stopped coming under Declan Cano, Tito's in Ken's. Maybe, just maybe, in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very close finish in the end. We saw the number 1 Bunchen leading the charge coming down the lane. The 4 Donate Life making a late bid, as well as the 14 Tito's and Ken's. And it's going to be a photo finish at the finish line.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 14 Tito's and Ken's, and the photo finished first. Number 1 Bunchen was second. The 4 Donate Life was third. 9 Yellow Sundress fourth. 14 149 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Magnolia, the unofficial, now the official winner. Results are now official for race 2. Number 14, Tito's and Ken's, owned by Pappas Horse Racing Corporation of Greg Pappas, trained by Luis Mendez, the jockey Declan Cannon. Tito's and Ken's, a 2-year-old filly by Unified, out of Lovely Cool by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Brett Jones. Keeneland September graduate Tito's and Ken's, 4.5 furlongs over the main track, listed muddy 53.34 seconds. Results are official, 14-149, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Magnolia Trophy presentation to the connections of Tito's and Ken's. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Main track is listed muddy. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Third race, scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch the 7, Freeze Pop. That's the fourth race. Scratch 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch 7, Freeze Pop. The jockey for number 3, Ardenwood, will be Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey for number 3, Ardenwood, and a reminder, no superfecta on race 4. No superfecta on race 4. Fifth race, no changes at this time in race 5. Looking ahead on the card, a late change in race 10. Late change in race 10. Please note, overweight, number 1, Mo Visitor, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's the 10th race. Overweight, number 1, Mo Visitor, the jockey, 1 pound over. A reminder, we do remain on the turf later today for races 6, 8, and 10, and the turf is listed yielding.
Race number 3, mile and a 16th on the main track. First wire finish, short stretch here in this third race. Doubles, pick threes continue to roll over the course of this closing day afternoon. We'll start with the number 4 horse, Viewer's Discretion. Viewer's Discretion, Kellen Gorder and Gerardo Corrales going to team up here with his daughter of Outwork. She's dropping out of maiden 30 tries between Horseshoe Indianapolis as well as at Turfway Park. I think that those races are good enough to handle this group here today, Gabby. Getting a good price. She's 7-2. I don't think she has to do much more than what we saw from her in those 2 recent defeats.
You and I both agree on this horse, and I just think at the end of the day, Scott, she's probably better going a little bit longer. She did cut back to the sprint distance last time out, and she did make up a little bit of ground in finishing third, but it was a very strung out field. The winner won by 4 lengths. There was some separation between the second and third place finisher, so on and so forth. Very curious to see what she's capable of at this distance on the dirt.
Wesley Ward with DDB, the number 5 horse, was the favorite on debut, and not an overwhelming favorite, nearly 3.5 to 1 in that lone race back on the 9th of March at Turfway Park. Ran 7th, beaten 3 3/4, but shows up here now in a maiden 20 after debuting in a maiden 50. Stays at the route distance. A tough read because of the really lack of read on this horse on debut. If this horse wasn't trained by Wesley Ward up at Turfway Park, I imagine that she definitely would have been a much bigger price, bottom line. But shows up for 20 here today, gets the weight break with the apprentice rider Walter Rodriguez in the saddle. So at 3 to 1, we're betting Wesley Ward more than anything with DDB.
Yes, and unfortunately that is the case. We see that with connections that have had a very good meet, whether it be Wesley Ward at this meet, whether it be, say, Irad Ortiz Jr. down at Gulfstream. You don't get any value sometimes on their horses, but you're kind of fearful to leave them off of your tickets because of the meet that they have been having, and I think that's the case with Wesley Ward. This horse is fine. She didn't run that well first time out. She showed a little bit of interest in the middle part of the race. She drops in class from there. I mean, when you look at her form compared to some of the others in here, she makes sense just because of the drop in class.
Replenish is the 7, 8 to 5. Ken Ramsey, Saffie Joseph Jr. Irad jumps into the saddle here today for the first time on this Street Sense filly. Now, here's another one. I know that somebody's got to be the favorite in this race. Saffie Joseph, he's a good trainer, wins a lot off the claim. From the stats I've got coming into the afternoon, he's yet to win a race this meet at Keeneland. He sent out several live runners, and you don't typically claim horses to drop them in their next start. Now, that's offset a bit by the purse structure here at Keeneland. It's not as big of a risk because these are 20,000 claimers running for $43,000. But claiming a horse for 35 and then dropping in for 20 is not the typical sign that you look for, the pattern you look for when you're looking for horses in the situation that this filly's in.
And the prior connections and Jerry O'Dwyer, they dropped her in for $35,000 last time out, and she did not show anything, Scott. She didn't show any speed in her last race. She certainly didn't show any speed back in November when she went against Stakes Company, and that could be a problem for her. She just kind of lags behind the field. Now, the added distance could certainly help her in a little bit of a class relief, but you really never know at the end of the day.
Catherine Blaze is the 9 horse. She's running a second time this meet. Now, her owner and breeder, Brian Carney, is of the mindset of running these horses more often than not. He is one of these owners that feels, why not just go ahead and run them versus working them in the morning. We saw this on full display for a number of years on the West Coast at Santa Anita, and he's brought that mentality here to the Midwest. This one trained by George Leonard III. This is already going to be the 6th start of 2023 for this filly, and a 3rd consecutive start for maiden 30. What led you towards this filly here in race number 3?
I just thought that with all of these class droppers, with all of these unknowns, why not throw in a price underneath to maybe, spice up those exotics? Do I think she's going to win? Probably not. I think there are faster horses in here. Do I think she could hit the board at 701? Yeah. Or what price is she's 9 to 1 right now? Her race 2 starts back where she was 4th against Maiden Claiming Company at the fairgrounds wasn't bad. So I'm just hoping that she can make her late move and get up for a slice of it.
Race number 3, 15 minutes to the post. Main track muddy, turf still yielding here at Keeneland on closing day.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming event for a price of $20,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the muddy main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 1, Jackie's Love. Number 1 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes DDB right out for the early lead. Viewers' discretion there to her inside, and Piranha moves up from the outside. Impeccable Taste kicks in down toward the rail. Impeccable Taste going to move up now and challenge Viewers' discretion for the lead. In fact, Impeccable Taste moves by, has the lead 3/4 of a length into the first turn as Viewers' discretion backs away, slides down toward the rail in second. Piranha third up on the outside. DDB shuffled back, angles toward the rail, saves some ground in fifth position. Replenish moves by in fourth on her outside. Caught in My Web, 3 wide from sixth position. Catherine Blaze is in seventh. Agenda is eighth. A little bit of capital last of the 9 opening quarter. 24.93 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Impeccable Taste is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Piranha second on the outside, a length and a half. Viewers' discretion third, 3/4 of a length. Replenish is in fourth. Gap of 3 more lengths. DDB fifth by just ahead. Catherine Blaze sixth on her outside. And then Agenda, a little bit of capital. Caught in My Web is at the back. 50.11 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn. Piranha from the outside is challenging. Impeccable Taste for the lead. Piranha puts the neck in front. Viewers' discretion tries to pick them up. Swings up to the outside. Third. Now challenging for second. Replenish is fourth and still 6 lengths from the front. Gap of 4 more back to DDB, who's got a lot of work to do. Catherine Blaze on her outside as they move to the quarter pole. Piranha leads it by a length and a half. 2 lengths now. Viewers' discretion is still second, top of the short stretch. Gap of 5. DDB comes up the rail third. Still has running to do, even into the short stretch. Coming to the final furlong, Piranha chased by Viewers' discretion. DDB, Impeccable Taste fourth up on the far outside. Piranha against the rail leads it. Piranha by 3 lengths. DDB runs on from the outside, still well behind the leader. The wire is coming. Piranha, DDB in second, 3 lengths between them. Late run from Catherine Blaze. Piranha wins it. Piranha the winner for Colby Hernandez. DDB was second by a neck over Catherine Blaze in third.
On an afternoon of big prices, we've got the biggest so far. Piranha springing the upset at odds of 20-1 as the runner came to her, trying to get to her here late. The number 4 horse, but couldn't. She fades. 5's coming. It's too late. Short stretch. The 8 gets it done, Piranha.
Yeah, she had the tactical edge over many in this field. Piranha found herself forwardly placed and just kept keeping on, coming down the stretch to hold off the late challenges of the 5, DDB, and the 9. An upset winner in race 3, 8, 5, 9, your unofficial order of finish.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 8, Prana, first. 5, DDB, second. The 9, Catherine Blaze, third. 4, Viewer's Discretion, was fourth. 8594, unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Prana. Owned by Rocket Ship Racing LLC of Brooke Smith, trained by Jeff Hiles, the jockey Colby Hernandez. Prana, 3-year-old filly by Classic Empire, out of Superior Selection by Giants Causeway, the winner bred in Kentucky by Equus Farm. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 48.69 seconds. Results of race 3 official. 8594, the official results. Please note the condition of the main track at Keeneland has been changed to good. The main track is now good and the turf listed yielding. Fourth race coming up, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2 Malibu Mike and scratch the 7 Freeze Pop. Again, scratch 2 Malibu Mike and scratch 7 Freeze Pop. The jockey for number 3, Ardenwood, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 3, Ardenwood, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. A reminder, no superfecta on race 4. No superfecta on the fourth race. Looking ahead, no changes to report in race 5. Checking the 6th race, rail at 10 feet today on the turf course, which is listed yielding. In that 6th race, scratch the 7 Dixie Supreme. Also scratch 13 Vagaries, 14 Aleatory, 15 Proud Performer, and 16 Sri Lanka. That's the 6th race. Scratch the 7 Dixie Supreme. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change, number 3, Ragtime Bell. The jockey will be James Graham. Race 6, number 3, Ragtime Bell. The jockey, James Graham. Main track is good, turf yielding.
Race number 4, 17 minutes to the post. Main track now listed as good. Main track listed as good. Here starting with race number 4, Flute Master, the number 1 horse, 2-1, one of which sit at 2-1 on the tote board. Second time blinkers for this gelding. Broke through with his maiden score. First lifetime victory last time out in a maiden 50 at Turfway Park. Draws the inside, gets the apprentice rider, Walter Rodriguez, a 5-pound weight break. Hopefully can take it to him from the inside post going the mile and a 16th. I think that he is ripe to go back-to-back in his career.
I'm kind of surprised, though, that you and I agree on the same horse, because you can see, as reflected on the tote board, 5-2, 3-1, 2-1, 5-1, 9-2. There's not much that separates any horse in this field, Scott. And I honestly thought that this was one of the tougher claiming races on the day. There's just horses that are coming in with such similar form, and this horse included in it. I mean, I think it's encouraging that he did break his maiden at the maiden claiming level last time out, and he just kind of makes this lateral move against winners for the first time. But you could probably sell me on many horses in here.
One of which would be the 4 horse, who is the favorite at 2-1. The other one sitting right now, the clear favorite at 2-1 versus 5-2. But this is Odds On Tony, a runner that goes 2 turns for the second time in his career. Broke his maiden at the fairgrounds 2 starts back. He's had 1 run this meet. In fact, just, 13 days ago? A little more than that, I guess you could say, in the end, 16 days to be exact. But that was in a sprint race going 6.5. Now goes the route of ground. That could be the difference for Odds On Tony as Luis Saez gets the opportunity to ride today.
I'm not convinced that he'll like the distance, but I am convinced that he'll improve with the drop in class. That starter allowance race last time out came up to be pretty salty. He was 21-1 in that event. This seems to be a significant drop in class, in my opinion. So the drop certainly will help him, but I still am on the fence as to whether he's a better sprinter or if he goes better at a longer distance, like the mile and a 16th today.
Yeah, I think I might, even the more that I look at it, prefer, even though I've got the 4 second, the 6 horse Mayfield Strong, because he is taking a big drop in class. This is a colt that will show up in for a tag for the first time. He runs for $50,000 here today. But that last race was a salty allowance race on the 30th of March at Oaklawn Park during Arkansas Derby weekend, which featured Echo Again, who we saw run down at Fairgrounds on that road to the Louisiana Derby. Now, obviously, they had to regroup with him and refocus him and just get him straightened out, which they did with that allowance win. But those are some good horses that he ran against. So Mayfield Strong at odds of 4-1 right now looks pretty appealing, with Jimmy Graham looking for another win early in the card.
He didn't get away from the gate very well last time out. He didn't really get away from the gate first time out either at the sprint distance. But if you look at his turf races, Scott, he's managed to sit a closer trip. And with the scratch of the 7 freeze pop in here, I can't really find any clear-cut speed. So maybe with a cleaner break, Mayfield Strong could find himself in a good position forwardly placed.
The 3 Ardenwood, 3-1 rider change to Tyler Gaffleone. This son of gemologist owned by Barry Butzo, longtime clients of the Robertson family. Mac Robertson, the trainer, also trains for his father, part of the ownership, Hugh Robertson. Ardenwood, the 3. The one thing that I find encouraging about looking at this horse and his form is his workouts. The fact that Mac Robertson has had him for a few workouts at Keeneland, shipping down from Hawthorne, is a positive sign. He's had this race on the radar for some time, I would imagine would be the case. So Ardenwood at 3-1, right now the 3rd choice.
You know, I was talking about the 6 having speed, but the 3 Ardenwood, he definitely has some natural speed too, as he showed early last year down at the fairgrounds. In some cases, some of his better races were when he found himself on the lead. So that might be the strategy here for Tyler Gaffleone. And, you know, I don't know how strong those races are that he has been running in recently, but those races at the fairgrounds in the early part of last year were okay. So that gives me a little bit of confidence that he has the form to compete against this field today.
Look how competitive this field is. We've got a field of 5, 5-2, 2-1 favorite is the number 4 horse. The longest shot in this race is 5-1 right now. That is Code Violation. A wide open event coming up. Race number 4. Once again, the main track now listed as good. Turf still yielding. We're 12 minutes away from the 4th on this card of 10 here on closing day.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. The prize $50,000, a mile and a 16th over the main track, now listed good. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 2, Malibu Mike, and scratch the 7, Freeze Pop. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Ardenwood, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 3, Ardenwood, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. No superfecta on this fourth race. Main track is good. The turf is listed yielding. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a closer look at some of these horses warming up on the track, and the 5 code violation was a horse that we didn't necessarily mention in the paddock. The blinkers do go on him for the first time today for trainer Helen Pitts. And I actually think that this is a horse, at least by the looks of him, is one that you could consider. And he is the highest priced horse on the board at 6-1, which tells you how competitive this field is right now. But he does have a little bit of speed. His last race was against Allowance Company at Mahoning Valley, but he did win impressively, closing from off the pace 2 starts back to break his maiden. He's getting a nice strong warm-up today. Looks great, ears forward. I'm liking what I see from the 5 code violation. And then the 6 Mayfield Strong. I should say this horse really did look the part. He just looks so strong out there as well. Can't really see him from this angle, but when you do, or when he turns around, just, yeah, look at the confidence that this horse has. He just is conducting himself with a lot of class this afternoon. It looks very strong, looks sharp as well. And I think that's going to help him. Hopefully he gets out of the gate, because I think his better races are when he can find himself a little bit forwardly placed. In 4 of his starts, 2 of them, he did not break from the gate very well. And I'm hoping that is not the case today, because I think a forward trip will be beneficial for a horse like this. But an ultra competitive claiming race coming up next. I thought one of the more difficult on the card. Best of luck if you're wagering 4 minutes out from the 4th. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Ardenwood out for the early lead. Mayfield Strong is away running in second. Odds on Tony comes away in third position. Code Violation is fourth. And Flute Master, last of the 5 down toward the rail, moves up 1 position now as they head into the first turn. Ardenwood the leader. Ardenwood against the rail leads it by just a length. Mayfield Strong is second by a length and a half. Flute Master moves up the inside to challenge Odds on Tony for that third spot. Looks for a little more running room between horses, sliding 1 lane off the rail as they head onto the back stretch. And then further back, Code Violation, as last opening quarter went in 24.13 seconds. It is Ardenwood who shows the way. Ardenwood leads it by a length. And now here's Mayfield Strong inching forward just off the leader's flank in second 3/4 of a length. Flute Master third toward the inside a half length. Odds on Tony fourth down to the outside, and then a gap of 3 more lengths, then back to Code Violation last. That first half mile, 47.91 seconds. Over to the far turn they go, and Ardenwood the leader. Ardenwood chased by Mayfield Strong. Flute Master back toward the inside, then Odds on Tony. Odds on Tony now takes third, out to the center of the track, starts moving up to challenge for second. Still 4 lengths off the lead, though, and Code Violation is still last, and they've all got to catch Ardenwood just over a 1/4 mile to go. It is Ardenwood who's opened up on a 5-length lead. Odds on Tony is second a half length, then Mayfield Strong, Flute Master, and Code Violation last. Into the short stretch, Ardenwood leads it by 7 lengths. Into the final furlong, Odds on Tony is second by 3, and Code Violation has gone to third. Ardenwood in front, 16th to go, has the advantage by 8 lengths. All the way back to Odds on Tony, Flute Master, and then Code Violation, but at the wire, Ardenwood wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Odds on Tony was home second, going to be close for third, either Code Violation or Flute Master for that third spot.
A clear win for Ardenwood, for Mac Robertson, his father Hugh Robertson, and Barry Butso running away from this group at odds of 2-1. He's been here for a few weeks, ready to roll here today. And with that pickup mount and victory, Tyler Gaffalione moves 1 clear in the jockey standings.
It looked like a very competitive race from a handicapping perspective and even on the tote board, but at the end of the day, it was a 1-horse race of 3. Ardenwood drawing clear from the rest of the field easily in the end at 2-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 3, Ardenwood, was first. Number 4, Odds On Tony, was second. The 5, Code Violation, third. Number 1, Flute Master, fourth. 3, 4, 5, 1, unofficial. Head of the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Ardenwood, owned by Hugh Robertson and Barry Butso, trained by Mac Robertson, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Ardenwood, a 5-year-old gelded son of gemologist, out of fire assay by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by A.J. Suited, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed good, 1 minute 44.88 seconds. Results of race 4, official. 3, 4, 5, 1, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Also the start of the pick 6 with that $52,000 carryover mandatory payout today, being the final day of the spring meet. The main track is listed good. The turf is listed yielding. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race, a reminder in race 6, scratch number 7, Dixie Supreme. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 6th race, scratch number 7, Dixie Supreme. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Jockey change on number 3, Ragtime Bell. That'll be James Graham. That's the 6th race, number 3, Ragtime Bell, the jockey, James Graham. 7th race, scratch the 10, Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13, Citizen, and 14, Demetrius. 7th race, scratch the 10, Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13, Citizen, and 14, Demetrius. Featured 8th race, grade 3, Bewitched Stakes. Scratch the 6. Scratch number 6, Sopran Basilea. Number 6, Sopran Basilea, a scratch. No superfecta on race 8. No superfecta on race 8. 9th race, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 9th race, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race, $8,700 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. That's the 10th race. Scratch number 8, Fearless Soldier. Please note, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. The jockey will be Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey for 13, Spy Novel. Several overweights in that race. Number 1, Mo Visitor, the jockey, 1 pound over. The 2, Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. Number 5, More Than Looks, the jockey, 1 pound over. Also the 10 Moonstrike, 1 pound over, and the 12 Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over. Main track good, turf yielding.
Pick six begins here for closing day. Mandatory payout, as you may have just saw on the screens here around Keeneland, over $52,000 carrying from yesterday, which we will update you on the pool once we get closer to post time. But mandatory payout, the payout will come regardless of the outcome of these next six races here at Keeneland Racecourse. So make sure you get involved. We the People, no surprise, the heavy favorite right now on the tote board at odds of 4 to 5 off the 7-month layoff for Windstar Farm. Commonwealth Racing, Bobby Flay, now with Todd Pletcher, has been working steadily since the end of February down at Palm Beach Downs, a horse that we saw some brilliance from last year. He won his first 2 starts at Oaklawn. They ran him in the Arkansas Derby. Couldn't keep up with Cyberknife that day, but boy, did he crush a field in the Grade 3 Peter Pan Stakes and route to a performance in the Belmont Stakes and a runner-up finish in the West Virginia Derby. This will be the 4-year-old debut. Gabby, we've seen Pletcher, Todd Pletcher, the conditioner of this colt, bring back some horses this year at the age of 4 that have done well. Charge It comes to mind. So we'll see how We the People fares here against this group coming up in less than 16.
I think in terms of the pick six sequence, We the People is going to be a very heavy favorite, as is the case with the feature in the Grade 3 Bewitched with Warlike Goddess. I think those will probably be the 2 shortest prices in the sequence. And if you're playing a very cheap ticket, maybe, you know, you lean on horses like this. We the People, the only thing about him, Scott, he is capable of brilliance. He put on some amazing performances. First time out, I remember I was at Oaklawn and I saw it. He came back to win that allowance race. That, again, was a very good race. But then, you know, disappointing in the Arkansas Derby. He was disappointed in the Pennsylvania Derby. So he can run a little bit hot and cold at times. But on his best day, he is very good. I can remember that he can be a little difficult, I think, in the morning, and sometimes that translates to the afternoon. So this is a horse that I think you pay attention to off the layoff today.
Hero status for my racehorse, Dan Agnew, Diodoro, just the second runner for Diodoro this meet. As we talked about with his first runner, I believe it was last week, typically we see a lot more activity from Diodoro, but he's having such a good meet at Oaklawn Park. It seems as though he's just opted to stay back there, but he sends this one up from Oaklawn, and here's a horse that's had a few workouts to get ready for a race like this at Keeneland.
Exactly, and he's been in the Diodoro barn a little bit longer now. His last race at Oaklawn, he ran an okay 4th. He kind of showed some speed in the Grade 3 Oaklawn Mile. But when you look at his back races when he was trained by Mark Glatt, Scott, he's capable of running into the mid-90 Beyer speed figures. And I'm not saying that that is consistently faster than a horse like We the People, but if this horse can deliver a race like that, he might be able to beat We the People off the layoff today. So I took a slight shot against him with this 7-2 shot, the 4 hero status.
First time going this far, though, that's the question mark that I would have for a horse like hero status for what it's worth. Business Model, the number 2 horse in here. He's gone this 8 mile and an 1/8 distance in the past. Didn't bring out his best. That was at Saratoga all the way back in 2021. But he's gotten back on track with at least a win back in the fall here at Keeneland during Breeders' Cup weekend. Then saw himself against some tough company in his next 3, including the Tenacious, where Happy American was in the best form of his life at that point in time. And then he recently ran against Skippy Longstocking in the Challenger. So you got to respect him here today, in my opinion. Tyler Gaffalione in this heated race with Luis Saez, now 1 clear in the jockey standings.
I used him in 3rd. Some of his races are good. I loved that allowance win back in Keeneland in the fall, and maybe we could see that form resurface coming back to Keeneland. But I don't like the form he's been in lately. I know they've been against tougher competition, but the Challenger, he just never really made a move, and the Tenacious, he never really made a move. Definitely the case in that handicap race at Gulfstream Park. I would need to see a little bit more from him in his most recent races in order to use him as an upset potential against the 4 to 5 favorite.
And then let's go to Britain's Kitten, the number 5 horse for Bellamia Stables, Brian Williamson, recent winner at 1 mile and an 1/8 at Fairgrounds. You got to respect a horse like this. She's run well, or he rather has run well in the races at Keeneland, 2 for 3 in the money over this surface. But this is a hike up in class in a big way.
It is. This is a much tougher race for him. But the one thing that you have to love is the form that he's been in lately. He's been very consistent. He's a 4-time winner out of 16 starts. It seems like no matter what, he always gives it his all. So you have to appreciate that consistency at the very least.
Some beautiful horses down here circling in the paddock, just waiting for the riders up call. Again, this starts the pick 6 on closing day with that carryover coming into this Friday card. It should be a big pull. Make sure you get involved. Mandatory payout on closing day for the pick 6.
Please note the condition of the turf course is now listed good. Both the main track and the turf at Keeneland, both are now listed good. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Brookstone Allowance Optional Claiming Race for a price of $100,000, 4-year-olds and up, at 1 1/8 over the main track listed good. The turf is also listed good. There are no changes in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with that $52,000 carryover mandatory payout today. Again, both the main track and the turf at Keeneland now listed good. Post time in 7 minutes for race 5.
Nice 3 other than allowance optional claiming event coming up next in this 5th race. And here's the 3, We the People, who is your heavy favorite at 4 to 5 right now. And boy, does he look good. I even think he's grown and filled out even more so than from the last time that I saw him. He's dappled. He looks very ready to go here under Irad Ortiz Jr., who right now is sticking with the pony in this preliminary warm-up. But, yeah, the favorite definitely from a physical standpoint looks tough to beat. And he also seems like he's behaving himself very well. Sometimes he can be a really feel-good horse in the afternoon, but right now seems to be pretty professional and ready to roll. All right, we'll take a look at some other horses, including the number 2 Business Model, who comes out of a 4th place finish last time out in the Grade 3 Challenger. And just a reminder that Sunday is the April sale here at Keeneland, and this horse will be offered by Hunter Valley, hip number 11. So if a Business Model is interesting to whatever potential buyers, you have the opportunity to bid on him this Sunday at the Keeneland April sale, the number 2 Business Model. As we take a look at the number 1 Dash Attack, this one trained by Kenny McPeak, and he just looks like a really classy horse. Now, his last race, he doesn't want to sprint. Source has never sprinted in his lifetime. I think Kenny McPeak just wanted to give him a race. He clearly didn't like sprinting. He kind of just, ran his race last time out, finishing 6th in that field of 8. But if you look at his back form, he wound up winning the Long Branch Stakes at Monmouth. So he's a stakes winner going to distance of ground, multiple stakes winner. In fact, he even won the Smarty Jones at Oaklawn in just his 2nd start. I think this horse definitely has a long way to go in order to beat the favorite, but I won't be surprised when he improves in his 2nd start off the layoff, especially at this distance, and his coat just shining, glistening in the sun right now on this beautiful afternoon on closing day at Keeneland. They have one horse to beat, at least that's what the betting public thinks, and that's the 3, We the People, at 4 to 5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Brookstone, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Hero Status from the outside. We the People going to go right with him. We the People now moves up and takes the lead. Hero Status will go second toward the outside into the first turn. Dash Attack is away running in third down toward the inside. The Reds moves up far outside. Caught 3 wide around the first turn. Moves up, though, into the 4th position, followed by Business Model, a lane off the rail in 5th spot. And then Britain's Kitten, who is last of the 6th. The opening quarter, 24.7 seconds. We the People shows the way onto the backstretch. We the People on top by just 1 length. Hero Status is second by a length and a half. The Reds goes third by a head just outside of Dash Attack, who travels in 4th. Business Model is next to last, and Britain's Kitten just to the inside of that one. 5 lengths front to back, midpoint of the backstretch with We the People in front. The first half mile, 49.17 seconds. We the People continues to lead by just 1 length. They're stacking up across the track now. Here comes the Reds, 3 lanes off the rail into the far turn up to challenge for the lead. Hero Status is there in between horses. Business Model caught 4 wide into the far turn, 3 lengths from the front in the 4th position. Dash Attack is in 5th, and a gap of nearly 5 more lengths back to Britain's Kitten, and We the People continues to lead and opens back up. We the People leads it by 2.5 lengths. Dash Attack goes second as they come toward the quarter pole. The Reds is in third. Business Model is 4th out to the far outside, trying to challenge for third. Britain's Kitten is 5th down toward the rail. We the People leads, working toward the 8th pole. We the People. Britain's Kitten runs on toward the inside toward second. Dash Attack third. Final furlong, We the People, a 3.5 length lead. Britain's Kitten second. Dash Attack third. Business Model 4th. Less than a 16th to go. We the People with Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey, to win it. Britain's Kitten was home second. Dash Attack third. And Business Model was 4th.
We the People, the appropriately named son of Constitution, making it look relatively easy here today in his 4-year-old debut, a horse to keep an eye on in this older handicap division moving forward in 2023.
Irad Ortiz Jr. just seemed to have so much horse underneath of him, especially at the top of the stretch. It was going to take a lot to overcome him and beat him as the odds-on favorite, but nobody could do it. As you can see, Irad Ortiz Jr. just encouraging him late in the stages of the stretch, getting the victory easily in the end at 3-5. 3-5-1 across the finish.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 3, We the People, finished first. 5, Britain's Kitten, second. 1, Dash Attack, third. The 2, Business Model, was 4th. 3-5-1-2, unofficial. Results of race 5 official. 3-5-1-2, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 5, the Brookstone, the official winner, number 3, We the People, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, owned also by Bobby Flay, by Commonwealth of Brian Dockstader and Chase Chamberlain, owned also by Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero. Todd Pletcher, the trainer, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. We the People, 4-year-old son of Constitution out of Letchworth by Tisnow, bred in Kentucky by Henley Farms Incorporated. Keeneland September graduate gets the 9 furlongs in 1 minute 50.29 seconds over the main track, listed good. Trophy presentation for the Brookstone, the trophy being presented in the winner's circle to the connections of We the People. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the winner's circle and join us in celebrating the life of Callie Witt. Callie was an exercise rider and student at Bluegrass Community and Technical College who lived her life with an unwavering love and dedication to the horse. Joining Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin are Callie's parents, Jennifer and Tim Witt, along with close family and friends. Callie's legacy lives on through the Callie Witt Memorial Fund, which supports the care of horses in the BCTC Equine Program. To learn more about the Callie Witt Memorial Fund, visit bluegrass.kctcs.edu. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. The turf is listed good. The rail at 10 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. Made up of races 6, 8, and 10. In this 6th race, scratch the 7 Dixie Supreme. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Ragtime Bell, James Graham. James Graham, the jockey for number 3, Ragtime Bell. Looking ahead to race 7. In the 7th race, scratch the 10 Gold Ghost, scratch 13 Citizen, and scratch 14 Demetrius. 7th race, scratch the 10 Gold Ghost as well as 13 Citizen and 14 Demetrius. Featured 8th race, the Grade 3 Bewitched, scratch number 6, Sopran Basilea. 8th race, scratch the 6, Sopran Basilea. 9th race, scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. 9th race, scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race, $8,700 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Mandatory payout today. Scratch number 8, Fearless Soldier. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. A reminder, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. 13, Spy Novel draws in. The jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides 13, Spy Novel. Several overweights. 1, Mo Visitor, the jockey, 1 pound over. 2, Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. 5, More Than Looks, 1 pound over. The 10, Moonstrike, 1 pound over. And number 12, Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over. Main track good, turf also listed good.
Race number 6 will start the turf pick 3 as well as the late pick 5. For those of you that participated in the pick 6 today at Keeneland, over $1.2 million bet into the pool with that carryover. So once again, we thank you so much for participating in those pick 6 pools, which have been enormous this meet. So another 7-figure pick 6 pool on a mandatory payout closeout day, and most will have advanced with We the People securing that win in race number 5. Let's move on to this 6th race, though. Maiden special weight turf is now listed as good. The good listed turf course coming into the first turf race of the afternoon, and the 8 horse is where I'll begin. Salabai, for Brendan Walsh and Shadwell Stable. $1.6 million Keeneland September yearling back in 2020, bred by Anderson Farms out of Ontario, Canada. Blinkers come on to this filly here this afternoon. Beautifully bred filly. I think she takes a step forward with a little more distance to work with, and the addition of blinkers. So give me her and Tyler Gaffleone on top. The number 8, who is 9-5.
Yeah, I go in that direction as well, Scott. I just think that her last race was really good. She clearly is a horse that likes to be forwardly placed, and the blinkers go on to maintain that focus, because if you watch her last replay coming down the stretch at Gulfstream Park, she just couldn't quite get past the winner. She made a little bit of a bid, and then she kind of flattened out in the late stages, but I think it's really encouraging that for the flag, the winner of the race, she came back to go gate to wire here at Keeneland last Sunday in very impressive fashion for trainer Jimmy Toner. So that has proved to be a productive race thus far.
I'll go to Penumbra's Maker as my second choice. Fausto Gutierrez, St. George Stable. Another runner this afternoon. They had a 2-year-old in that 2-year-old event back in race number 2, and they go to Walter Rodriguez, the 5-pound apprentice with this Empire Maker filly. Her last race was one of her better. She's run some solid races on turf. She's knocked on the door. She's just one of those types of fillies that at one point in time she's going to break through and break her maiden, I would imagine, in a turf race. Now, maybe she's not quite up to beating the Shadwell filly today, but at 11-1, I would consider her in the late pick 5 exotics, whether it be underneath or just even on top. I think that she is a filly that you've got to respect in here with Walter Rodriguez. And oftentimes, Gabby, apprentice riders don't get a lot of opportunities to ride turf historically. And Walter Rodriguez, it's the same situation there, but he's won a quarter of his turf starts. So he is no stranger to success in winning turf races.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And you're right. A big field, sometimes it can be intimidating on the turf for apprentice riders, but he's done well so far. And this filly, she's been very consistent on the turf.
Pure Country for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. is the 9 horse, a filly by Liam's Map, Dynaformer First Dam, stakes winning First Dam Honey Lake. Good family, as the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Bred horses tend to be, and there's really nothing to knock about her last couple of races against Maiden Special Weight Company.
Well, I think if you like the favorite, you have to respect this filly, because she had trouble in her last race, and she finished 3rd behind Salabaya, the current favorite right now. When you look at the board, it's 9-5 versus 5-1, and she actually ran a really good race off of the layoff with trouble, so there's definitely room for improvement.
Seldom seen, the 10 horse for the Augustin Stable and Jonathan Thomas. She comes into this race with just one start on the 26th of March at Gulfstream Park on the all-weather. Some like it, some don't. I think that the move to the turf is going to be a plus for her. Blinkers being added. She's a half-sister to a turf winner. I'll take another shot with a price horse at 13s right now.
She's really pretty in the paddock as well. Just taking a look at some of these fillies, she looks very well turned out and definitely looks like a turf horse, Scott.
And then finally, the number 12 horse for CHC China Horse Club, Christophe Clement Tawaret, the Pioneer of the Nile filly. She's 1-for-1 in the money and was debuted going 1 1/8, which is not an easy starting point for any racehorse.
Not at all. I do think that with one race under the belt, she could take another step forward here, Scott. You and I agree on the top selection, but outside of that, it does seem like a pretty competitive open race.
Certainly is. Take a look at the tote board. There are some good prices all over this tote board, with 12 horses scratched down to 11 runners, 11 opportunities here in race number 6. Riders up, start of the late pick 5 here at Keeneland on closing day.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Sierra Farm, maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, and also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Scratch the 7, Dixie Supreme. Number 7 is scratched. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. The jockey for number 3, Ragtime Bell, that'll be James Graham. Contrary to the program, the jockey for number 3, Ragtime Bell, James Graham. Post time at 7 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from post time for this 6th race. Good listed turf course, so some giving the ground here today with that rain we got overnight. Just an observation with these fillies here. Now, there's a mindset when you've got a little more give in the ground. You want maybe a lighter horse that can stay on top of the ground when there is some moisture in it. And the 4, 5, and 6, to me, fit that profile. Starting with Camelot Beauty, she's a European bred filly, which certainly doesn't hurt, especially with Irish bloodlines, with the conditions they can encounter over there. So a daughter of Camelot from a Galileo first dam. I think that she might be able to stay on top of this turf course at odds of 12-1. Just a lighter looking filly, a smaller looking filly. The 5-horse Determined Gold, the Medaglia d'Oro filly. This one for D. Hatman Thoroughbreds. They've been very committed to the sales in recent years and building quite a band of fillies, and this is part of them. She's a well-bred daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, Galileo first dam as well. I think that her size and shape will fit over this turf course the same at odds of 14-1, and the same idea behind Penumbra's Maker. Perhaps the give in the ground will move her forward. We've seen her run over a good turf course last time out back on the 7th of April at the beginning of the meet, so I think there might be a little bit more moisture in the turf course, even though it's listed as good, just based on going from that yielding listing earlier in the day to the point we're at right now. But the turf course looks in gorgeous shape now as we get set for the final turf races of this meet. And then finally, the 9-horse Pure Country. Clocker report pick this morning on today at Keeneland. 5-1. This is the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. bred and owned daughter of Liam's Map. She is a good price in here. Over $377,000 in the pick 5 pool.
should be pushing 500,000, if not more, come post time. Get involved. Final pick 5 of the meet here on closing day at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Sierra Farm. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Penumbra's maker stumbled at the start, but quickly recovered. Here comes Salabaya, forward for the early lead. Seldom Seen is there, pure country between horses. Kiramonte up close down toward the inside. Salabaya has the lead, clears the inside traffic, gets over next to the rail. Seldom Seen goes second. Kiramonte is in third as they head by the stands the first time. Determined Gold between horses in fourth. Pure Country fifth. Tawaret is sixth toward the far outside. Camelot Beauty seventh back toward the inside. Penumbra's maker is eighth in between horses. Isabella Bella ninth. Such Sounds is in the 10th position, and Ragtime Bell is last of the 11. Salabaya is the leader. Opening quarter in 23.56 seconds. Salabaya leads at 3/4 of a length. Seldom Seen second toward the outside by a length. Pure Country, center of the course, goes in the third position. Kiramonte is fourth toward the inside. Determined Gold is fifth in between horses. Tawaret outward from the rail in sixth, running nearly 6 lengths off the lead. Midpoint of the backstretch. Then Penumbra's maker, who's seventh between horses, and Camelot Beauty eighth down toward the inside as the field continues its journey over toward the far turn. At the front of the field, it continues to be Salabaya, who shows the way by a length and a half. Kiramonte moves up the rail. Pure Country goes to the outside. They go second and third, respectively, and now Pure Country goes to second. Tawaret tries to gear up to the center of the course, still 5 lengths from the lead. Determined Gold is there between horses. She's still in the 4th position as they round the far turn, and Salabaya, the one to catch. Salabaya, quarter mile to go, leading Pure Country by 3 lengths off the turn. Kiramonte is third toward the inside. Determined Gold is in 4th, and then Tawaret is in 5th. Penumbra's Maker is 6th. Now Penumbra's Maker's out in the center of the course, still 5 from the front. Salabaya has the lead. Salabaya with Such Sounds running late as well to try to get a piece of this. Salabaya has the lead. Such Sounds is clearing a lot of traffic and is running fast. Such Sounds is running right by to win for Chris Landeros in a 17-1 upset.
Well, it looked like the favorite Salabaya had flown on this field, but somehow, some way, Such Sounds for Rigney Racing with Chris Landeros is able to pick him up and lay him down and pull off this win. Still looks like she's hopeless at this stage of the race.
She was not in the picture until, I don't know, 100 yards left in the race. And in the end, Chris Landeros pretty much just wrapped up. He was just steering her at this point. Didn't need to do anything other than that. She won today at 17-1, but she sure didn't run like a 17-1 shot. This was an impressive victory. Congratulations to Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer. 1-8 unofficially for the 6th.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 1, Such Sounds, was first. Number 8, Salabaya, second. Number 3, Ragtime Bell, was third. Number 12, Tawaret, was fourth. 1-8-3-12 unofficial. Results of race 6 official. 1-8-3-12, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Sierra Farm. Number 1, Such Sounds, owned by Rigney Racing, LLC, of Richard Rigney, trained by Philip Bauer, Chris Landeros, the jockey. Such Sounds, a 4-year-old filly by Cairo Prince, out of Move Quickly by Cherokee Run, bred in Kentucky by Tyler B. Jones. Keeneland September graduate Such Sounds gets a mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 57.43 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Sierra Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Such Sounds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Both the main track and the turf listed good. A reminder in race 7, scratch the 10 Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13 Citizen and 14 Demetrius. Again, scratch the 10 Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13 Citizen and 14 Demetrius. Featured 8th race, the grade 3 Bewitched, scratch number 6, Sopran Basilea. It's the featured 8th race, scratch the 6, Sopran Basilea. No Superfecta on race 8. No Superfecta on race 8. 9th race, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 9th race, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race, $8,700 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, mandatory payout. Scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. That's the 10th race, scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. A reminder, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. 13, Spy Novel, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Several overweights, the 1 Mo Visitor, 1 pound over. 2 Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. Number 5, More Than Looks, 1 pound over. 10 Moonstrike, 1 pound over. And the 12, Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Race number 7 will start the final pick 4 of the day, final pick 4 of the meet, and another big response to another multi-race exotic wager, over $700,000 bet into the late pick 5 pool, $773,000 plus, in fact, which began in race number 6 with that upset winner. So if you were knocked out, consider the late pick 4 here on closing day. It's a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. And Bad Boy Frank, the number 5 horse, is at 5-2 for the Lothenbach Stables. Solid on debut, very quickly run race at Gulfstream, going 5.5. I think the added distance will do this colt a lot of good. Son of Into Mischief for Ian Wilkes, who's had a phenomenal meet here at Keeneland.
And generally speaking, Scott, when Ian Wilkes, when his horses finish in the top 3 in their second start, when they come back, they run really, really well. So I thought that would be the case with the 5. Bad Boy Frank, who had a bit of a wide run, too, especially at the top of the stretch, and he got caught behind at Nico, the winner of the race. It was actually the heavy favorite in there and did wind up going gate to wire. So considering how the race was run and the flow of the race, it generally favored front runners and horses that were forwardly placed. The fact that he made up that much ground says something.
And I think the same can be said for Loyal Company. I know it was a different surface, a synthetic track up at Turfway Park. This is the number 6 colt we're talking about for Godolphin. But he made up some ground going 6 furlongs, gets that extra panel, extra furlong to work with. He had a wide trip after being slow away from the gate in that field of 12. And speaking of barns that have had very good meets here at Keeneland, Brendan Walsh firmly in that conversation. So Loyal Company, I think, has to be well respected as he is at 9-2.
And I think the added distance will help him. He was a horse that just kind of looked like, at least from first time out, it took him a while to figure it out and get going. So I think experience will help him, but also the distance.
The favorite is Castle Warden for Juddmont, a colt by Into Mischief out of their Empire Maker first name Calm Water, bred by Juddmont Farms here in Kentucky. Good second on debut, was actually placed 3rd via disqualification, finished second behind a horse named King's Glory, but comes into this race with that one race under his belt, and he might have the early speed advantage over the 2 horses we just mentioned.
You and I were at the fairgrounds when this horse ran first time out. He was disqualified and placed 3rd in that event after finishing 2nd, and he was all over the racetrack, Scott. Even before the race, he was acting pretty studdish. He was very loud. He was just, his mind wasn't on the game at all. So I'm definitely going to be paying close attention to him to see if he has matured any bit. But if you look at him physically, I mean, he's a beautiful looking horse. I think he just has to figure it out from a mental standpoint. But for what it's worth, Brad Cox with horses making their second start who finished in the money first time out. And this is a huge sample size, Scott. He wins at 34%. I thought that was a very strong statistic.
Yeah, they run to those debuts, no question about it, and improve. And we'll see how he handles the proceedings. They're keeping him in the all-weather stall. We'll see if they opt to get him moving here shortly, and he's very attentive to what's going on outside of the stall as he looks on and gets sponged off for start 2 of his career. He's the 8-5 favorite. There he is moving now. Going to be circling the toe ring around the all-weather stalls, which are next to it, but now they're also moving into that secondary position in the big paddock here at Keeneland, waiting for the riders up call. Again, late pick 4 begins. Final pick 4 of the meet in race number 7. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hermitage Farm. Maiden special weight for 3-year-olds. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the main track listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 10 Gold Ghost. Also scratch 13 Citizen and 14 Demetrius. Main track is good. Turf listed good. Start of the late pick 4. Post time at 6 minutes.
Take a look at some of these horses front side. Dark Vector, the number 2 horse. Bolt Doro Cold, who cuts back in distance. He ran well going a mile 70 in his most recent effort at Gulfstream Park on the synthetic track. And here's a horse that was debuted at the end of January in a race that was taken by Mage. Now, Mage has really come on from that debut performance. He was recently runner-up in the Grade 1 Florida Derby, and he's going to be heading towards the Kentucky Derby as well. But the fact that George Weaver cuts him back in distance, I think he's got to be respected, and he's getting that respect right now at odds of 7-1. He's a nice-looking colt by Bolt Doro as he takes it all in at the conclusion of his warm-up. The number 8 horse, that is Ghent Road for Paulo Lobo, an OXO equine, a Keeneland November sales graduate, a weanling purchase of $360,000 from that first crop of Good Magic. Stout chestnut gelding is Ghent Road. He looks like he's going to be a sprinter as he makes his debut. 17-1 on the board. Corrales, who's had such a good meet, finishing in the top 3 with a good majority of his opportunities here at Keeneland. Watch out for this horse at least underneath. And then running for joy, the 12, a colt to keep an eye on. He's a big, long horse. He might be better going a route of ground moving forward, but this could be just a jumping off point. But like the looks of the son of Gunrunner out of a Pulpit First Dam for Irv Woolsey and Ralph Kinder. Good luck to them. Michael Tomlinson, but we'll see what he's able to do at odds of 40-1. But just wanted to keep an eye on, I think, moving forward into longer races just based on his build for what that's worth. Pick 4 pull, over $300,000. And the final pick 4 of the meet coming up in less than 3 minutes, where Castle Warden, the 3, who's on your screens, is the 6-5 favorite for Juddmonte. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hermitage Farm, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. King of Kentucky and Mo Hope from the outside. Dark Vector and Run for Reagan down toward the inside have early speed. Run for Reagan now goes to the lead as they head up the back stretch. Takes over by a half length. Dark Vector will go second. King of Kentucky third. Castle Warden moves up in fourth. Mo Hope is fifth on the outside. Then a break of 3.5 more lengths to Loyal Company, who travels toward the center of the pack in sixth. Surface to Air is seventh. Ghent Road is eighth. Bad Boy Frank is ninth toward the back of the pack. Running for Joy is 10th on the outside of that one. Pilote Comete is last as the field heads on to the far turn. Back up front, Run for Reagan shows the way by 3/4 of a length. Dark Vector tries to draw alongside, second, 1.5 lengths. King of Kentucky outward from the rail, third, 1/2 length. Castle Warden is fourth down toward the inside. Loyal Company is fifth, still running 6 lengths off the lead. Surface to Air is sixth behind that one. Castle Warden is trying to thread the needle, moves up from between horses, swings to the outside, coming after Dark Vector. Castle Warden draws alongside. Run for Reagan has dropped back from the lead and drops through the pack. Loyal Company is still third. Eighth of a mile to go. Loyal Company is running from the outside. Dark Vector is there to the inside with the lead, though. And Castle Warden between that pair. Dark Vector has the advantage. Past the 16th pole, Loyal Company right alongside. Loyal Company rallies for Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Dark Vector second. Castle Warden third. And further back, Surface to Air was fourth.
What a horse race here in race number 7. They're well out in the middle of the course. The 2 had taken this race over at the top of the stretch. Dark Vector. Then here comes the Juddmonte Silks, carried by Castle Warden. But over the top, it's the runner for Godolphin able to pull this one off here today. Loyal Company at odds of 9-2.
Dark Vector ran a huge race today, Scott. Found himself forwardly placed and unfortunately just couldn't sustain that speed to the finish line. The 6th, Loyal Company, literally the only horse that was making up ground coming down the stretch. The second-time starter by Frosted for Godolphin, a homebred for Godolphin, and trainer Brendan Walsh.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 6, Loyal Company was first. 2, Dark Vector was second. 3, Castle Warden third. And 7, Surface to Air fourth. 6-2-3-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hermitage Farm, unofficial winner number 6, Loyal Company, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Results are now official. Loyal Company, 3-year-old son of Frosted, out of enrichment by Ghost Sapper, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.37 seconds. 6:2:37, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Hermitage Farm to the connections of Loyal Company. Keeneland's featured 8th race coming up, the 61st running of the Bewitched Stakes, Grade 3. Turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. A reminder, scratch 6, Sopran Basilia. Again, scratch number 6, Sopran Basilia. Double and pick 3 wagering, no superfecta though. A reminder, no superfecta on race 8. It will start. The last of the day is rolling pick 3s. Race 8 will. Looking ahead, therefore, to race 9. A reminder, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 9th race, scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race, carryover, $8,700 for the Toyota Super High 5. Mandatory payout today. Scratch number 8, Fearless Soldier. That's the 10th race, scratch 8, Fearless Soldier. A reminder, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 13, Spy Novel, Irad Ortiz Jr. will be the jockey. Several overweights in race 10. Once again, they are as follows. Number 1, Mo Visitor, 1 pound over. 2, Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. The 5, More Than Looks, 1 pound over. The 10, Moonstrike, 1 pound over. And the 12, Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over. Main track good, turf good as well.
this is our closing day feature, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes, 18 minutes to post, race 8 on the card, 1.5 miles, the distance over the good listed ground, and Warlike Goddess looking to achieve something that has not been done since the early 70s. That is win 3 consecutive stakes races here at Keeneland Racecourse. Only 2 other horses have done it. It was Royal Harmony first from 1969 to 1971, winning the Fayette Stakes, and then Knight County from 1972 to 1974, winning the Ben Ali Stakes. So you have to go back to 1974 for the last time that a horse won a stakes race, 3 consecutive years in the storied history here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Warlike Goddess, having won the last 2 renewals of the Bewitched Stakes, can do just that. And I think she's going to be ultra tough in here, Gabby. She was 3rd against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf right here at Keeneland. She beat the boys in the Grade 1 Turf Classic up in New York. She's a daughter of English Channel. They tend to get better with age. We could even see a better version of Warlike Goddess here in 2023, which could be a scary thought for both divisions. She's a crossover division type horse, whether it's beating the boys in the 1.5 mile turf races or staying in her own sex and beating the females in those distant turf races.
It's true, Scott. She has proven herself at least twice against the boys, winning the Grade 1 Turf Classic at Belmont 2 starts back in October, and then following that up with a really nice 3rd place performance in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Turf. She is just getting better. She's always been good, but like you said, it's scary to see where her max is, to be honest. And, you know, if you're looking at this horse and thinking, okay, well, how am I going to beat her? Maybe the layoff. Maybe she's not ready off the layoff. Well, she was ready off the layoff last year. She had a similar campaign. She came back off the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, where she finished 3rd, and then she came back in the Bewitched, and she won. Another reason to maybe try to go against her, a smaller field. Sometimes the pace scenarios can be a little difficult to overcome. Well, that was a 5-horse field last year in the Bewitched, and she overcame it. If it's a fast pace, a bigger field, she can close and win. If it's a slow pace in a smaller field, she can sit closer and win. She is just class on class.
It's very nice to have her here. We thank Mr. Krikorian for bringing her back here to Keeneland for a 4th race in her career and looking to defend her title once again in the Bewitched. Nice to have Temple City Terror back here to Keeneland as well. This has been a big aspect of her career. Breakout performance in the Dowager, Ruden Ritter Dowager last fall. She would follow that up with a Grade 3 win up in New York. She was purchased by These Connections Town and Country Farm at the Keeneland November sale for a cool $600,000. And recalling that interview with Brendan Walsh following her win in the Dowager, he said she's just one of those mares that has gotten better with age. So they took her some time to be figured out to get to the point where we saw from her late in the year last year. So back here at Keeneland, she's got to be respected, but she's got to step up if she wants to beat Warlike Goddess.
Exactly. I mean, Warlike Goddess is winning Grade 1 races. Temple City Terror, I don't believe, ever ran in a Grade 1. Those are really good Grade 2s and Grade 3s, but it is a whole nother ball game when we're talking about Grade 1 competition. Now, for what it's worth, I think her last race she ran just fine against Shanti Sara. That was a very good field at Tampa, but ultimately she is a better horse going a little bit longer. When you look at her 1 1/8 races or even a 1 1/16 races, it just comes up too short for her. It takes her a little bit of time to get going. So I think she'll improve second off the layoff, but more importantly, stretching back out to the 1.5 miles.
Personal best, she'll be tested today. She's an up-and-coming filly in these ranks, and a filly that won the La Proviante at Gulfstream Park back in January. She was 2nd in the Orchid Stakes. She's yet to win at Keeneland, but she's run here twice, and she's run well.
And that was earlier in her career. I truly think that she is a filly that's getting better. She's putting on some of the best performances that we've seen in her career. They stepped up against Graded Stakes Company in the La Proviante at Gulfstream Park 2 starts back, and she prevailed. I think as the waters get deeper, she has proved to them that she can swim in those tougher races.
She is the second choice right now, but they are all going to be playing behind Warlike Goddess in the win pool and all of the pools. She's 3 to 5, looking for her 3rd consecutive win in the Bewitched Stakes, looking for some modern day history here at Keeneland.
Please note, at Keeneland, the condition of the main track is now fast. Condition of the main track is now fast. Turf listed good. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 61st running of the Bewitched Stakes. Grade 3 fillies and mares 4 and up, 1.5 miles over the turf listed good, rail at 10 feet today. Scratch the 6, Sopran Basilea. Scratch the 6, Sopran Basilea. Because of that scratch, no superfecta. No superfecta on race 8, but there is double and pick 3 wagering, and this will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf is listed good. The main track is listed fast. 6 minutes till post. Now, the post parade for the Bewitched. Number 1 is Chateau Rouge, owned and trained by Tracy Glover, the jockey Jack Gilligan. Number 2, Temple City Terror, owned by Town and Country Racing LLC of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, Ensemble, owned by Clipper Logistics of Steve Parkin, trained by Brendan Walsh, jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. 4, Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Joel Rosario. And 5, Personal Best, owned by Joseph Allen LLC of Joseph Allen, trained by Shug McGahee, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time in 5 minutes.
Here's a look at Chaton Rouge, the number 1 horse, 18-1, longest shot in the field, and rightfully so, 1 for 20 in her career, but she's revved up. Wouldn't be shocked if this filly tries to lead them around there, going the 1.5 mile distance. Could be the one at which they're trying to run down here in race number 8, the Bewitched Stakes, just on her toes, full of energy. Not typical normally of horses that you see getting ready for 1.5 mile races. Normally they're very switched off, as is the case with most of them. And as far as Warlike Goddess is concerned, she looks phenomenal. She looks fit and tight and ready to go for this first race since the Breeders' Cup. She looks wonderful in those silks for Mr. George Krikorian, so good luck to him in here as she seeks that history and looking for 3 wins in a row in the Bewitch. It's a wonderful renewal. The feature on closing day, race 8 here at Keeneland, also begins our final pick 3 of the meet for the spring.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 61st running of the Bewitched Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Bewitched Stakes. There goes Chateau Rouge from that inside starting spot right out for the early lead, and Personal Best going to move up quickly from the far outside up to challenge and take the lead now as they head onto that far turn. Personal Best moves by all of the inside traffic, gets clear with the lead, and leads it by 2 lengths. Chateau Rouge content to drop back into second by 1.5 lengths. Temple City Terror will go third, 3/4 of a length. Warlike Goddess, fourth on her outside, then Ensemble, who's last of the 5 here early on in this 12-furlong journey. Moving to the top of the stretch for the first time, Personal Best stays outward from the rail and leads it here by 2.5 lengths. Chateau Rouge second to the inside. She's joined there by Warlike Goddess, and then further back Temple City Terror, Ensemble last. 26.34 seconds. That was the time for that opening quarter. And Personal Best is the leader, still with 1 circuit to go. Personal Best, Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, leading it here by just over 2 lengths. Chateau Rouge goes second by 1 length. Warlike Goddess outward from the rail in third. Temple City Terror has the spot down toward the inside in fourth. And Ensemble content to trail here just 5 lengths from the lead. The first half mile on the board in 52.39 seconds. And Personal Best continues to show the way. Personal Best in front by 2 lengths. Chateau Rouge second by 1/2 length. Warlike Goddess still there to the outside, still in the third position as they move off the turn and once again head up the back stretch. Temple City Terror in fourth. Ensemble still fifth and last, still running some 5 lengths from the front as they reach the midpoint of the back stretch. And Personal Best the leader, with Warlike Goddess moving forward on the outside to take second, 1.5 lengths off the lead. She's second by a head. Chateau Rouge is third toward her inside. Here's Temple City Terror going to angle 3 wide onto the far turn from the fourth position, now taking third. So up front, Personal Best still leads it, but the lead is only 1/2 length. Warlike Goddess between horses, second 1/2 length. Temple City Terror third on the far outside. Chateau Rouge drops back. Ensemble goes to fourth, 5 from the front, just over 1/4 mile to go. Personal Best against the rail, challenged here by Warlike Goddess. Temple City Terror 2 lengths away, looks to the center of the course in third. Warlike Goddess, Temple City Terror picks it up a notch, and here she comes. Temple City Terror right alongside of Warlike Goddess, and Warlike Goddess now responds to the challenge. Final furlong of the Bewitch. Warlike Goddess has the lead. She's got it by 1 length. Temple City Terror put her to the test, and she responded well. 3 straight years, the Bewitched Stakes belonging to Warlike Goddess. Temple City Terror home second. Personal Best third. Ensemble fourth. Chateau Rouge was fifth.
A hair-raising performance by Warlike Goddess as she does it 3 years in a row. Wins the Bewitched Stakes, becomes just the third horse to do that in stakes history here at Keeneland, to win a single stake 3 consecutive years in a row. And she had some company. Temple City Terror did everything she could, but she spurts away late to pick up her third.
And Warlike Goddess was very keen today with the slow pace. You could see that she wanted to go on the backside, but he said no, not yet. Had to go wide around the final turn. Obviously, that wasn't any bit of an issue. This filly pins her ears back, digs in, finds more. Really nice runner-up performance as well, but it's going to be Warlike Goddess, 3 wins in the Grade 3 Bewitch.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 4, Warlike Goddess, was first. 2, Temple City Terror, was second. 5, Personal Best, was third. 3, Ensemble, was fourth. 4, 2, 5, 3, unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 4-2-5-3, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, the 61st running of the Bewitched Stakes Grade 3, number 4, Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott. The winning jockey, Joel Rosario. Warlike Goddess, a 6-year-old daughter of English Channel out of Misty North by Northlight. The winner bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. A mile and a half over the turf listed good. 2 minutes, 32.11 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the featured Bewitched Stakes on the turf course. Retired Keeneland Director of Sales Jeffrey Russell presents To the Connections of War-Like Goddess.
Some modern-day history here in the Bewitched with War-Like Goddess, 3 in a row in the Bewitched, becoming just the 3rd horse to win 3 consecutive stakes in the storied history here at Keeneland Racecourse. Bill Mott and Joel Rosario getting her to settle off the pace. Was she difficult to settle down in the early stages of this race?
I mean, it looked like she was comfortable today, really relaxed and really handily today, so I was really happy with that. And, yeah, the way she looked like it was good for her today.
When you were coming around the turn, you kind of went a little bit wide. Did you have a sense that Temple City Terror was there to your outside?
I mean, he started moving a little bit, because probably with a slow pace than, the horse in front. He kind of started moving like in the half, going by before, going to that three, before the 3 pole. And then I kind of had to just keep going with my spot, pick him up my spot, but she did great. I really thank you to Billy and George for the opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bill, sensational performance, quite an achievement to win this race 3 years in a row. Is she better? Is it possible that she's better?
She's as good or better, I think, right now, and she's just such a really special filly. I mean, they don't come along that often. You can get a lot of horses in the barn, but to have one like this that's so consistent and she shows up all the time and just a very special horse, I'm very fortunate to, have been the recipient of her when she came in as a 2-year-old.
What stood out to you from this performance coming back here at this age?
Well, just that she was outside of horses. She wasn't tucked in, and she was still relaxed enough early, going 1.5 miles and coming off a long freshening. You worry about him being a little rank or a little anxious. Joel was able to get in behind one horse coming by the stand the first time. And she relaxed very nicely, and she was responsive when he asked her to run.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
War-Like Goddess, the 3-peat complete in the Bewitched Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. Scratch 3, Triple Elvis. 10th and final race. Carryover of $8,700 for the Toyota Super High 5. Mandatory payout today. In the 10th race, scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. 10th race, scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. A reminder, number 13, Spy Novel, draws into the race, but the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. 13, Spy Novel, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Several overweights in that 10th race. The 1, Mo Visitor, 1 pound over. 2, Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. 5, More Than Looks, 1 pound over. Also the 10, Moonstrike, is 1 pound over. And the 12, Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over.
12 minutes before the start of the late double final 2 races of this spring meet. As we look on to a la carte right now in the paddock for Speedway Stables, Bill Mott looking for back-to-back on the card. Tip of the cap to Bill Mott and his team for George Kokorian. What a performance from More Like Goddess. She's going to be a fun filly to keep track of for the rest of 2023, and what a treat she has been to witness here at Keeneland, winning 3 consecutive Bewitched Stakes. It might be an achievement we won't see for some time, a horse winning 3 consecutive stakes here at the storied Keeneland Racecourse. But nonetheless, a la carte, he's a 5-year-old gelding. They had to be patient bringing him to the races, and worth the wait because he's run 2 big races down at Gulfstream Park. This will be his first time competing outside of Florida, and we'll see how he fares going 7/8 of a mile. But a nice-looking horse by Uncle Mo, making just start 3 of his career for Speedway Stables.
He was a beaten favorite first time out, having drawn the rail post position, but he did come back in a big way in that field of 6 with an outside draw. And I thought it just kind of gave him the ability to relax. He clearly has a lot of early speed, but today I think he'll have no other option but to go from the rail post position at 7 furlongs. It could be a good scenario for him, but that was really the only reason why I picked him in second, Scott, was that rail post position. Can he handle a little bit of early speed, shake clear of that, and get the 7 furlongs today? But he has been very impressive in his lone 2 races.
What do you expect to see from Bourbon Heist early on in this race with Yoel Navas, the 10-pound apprentice, in the saddle, the number 6 horse?
I think he'll be able to close. I don't necessarily think he is going to be forwardly placed today. I don't think he'll be last early, but I do think this is a horse that could be sitting maybe mid-pack and hopefully make that move. In terms of other pace in here, the 7 War Room to the outside, I think he's quite quick and could keep the pace honest here. And then hopefully here comes the 6 Bourbon Heist, picking up the pieces late.
It's a good race. Looking forward to it. 7 furlongs will be the distance. We'll give you some front side opinions once they make their way over here very shortly. Just about set for the riders. Up call for race 9.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Foxtail, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch 3, Triple Elvis. Again, scratch number 3, Triple Elvis. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles, post time in just 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Foxtail. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Bourbon Heist from the outside. A la carte a step quicker, though, and a la carte moves up and has the lead. War Room now moves up to the far outside into second. Bourbon Heist settles back into third. Debate is in fourth, headed up the backstretch. Overbore is fifth, and OP Firecracker last of the six. War Room has taken the lead and opens up by just over 2 lengths. War Room gets over to the rail, guides the field up the backstretch, leads it by 3 lengths. A la carte goes second by 2. Debate is third, a half length. Bourbon Heist fourth on the outside. Break of 3 more lengths back to Overbore. Nearly 5 back of that one. OP Firecracker last. 22.59 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. War Room is the leader. War Room leads at a length. Here's a la carte now, swinging to the outside. A la carte moves up just off the leader's flank. Bourbon Heist tries to pick up the leaders, goes to the far outside. In third, a length off the front pair. Debate is fourth. Overbore is fifth. OP Firecracker is last. Here's Bourbon Heist moving far outside for a narrow lead from a la carte, top of the stretch. War Room shuffled back to third. Debate then Overbore on the outside. Bourbon Heist the leader. Bourbon Heist opens up on a 5-length lead back to a la carte. Overbore third on the outside. Debate is fourth back toward the inside. Moving into the final furlong, Bourbon Heist a 6-length advantage. Overboard is second. A la carte fighting on, but now third. Debate is fourth. 16th pole for the leader, Bourbon Heist. Yoel Novice aboard. Bourbon Heist for the win. Overboard was second. A la carte was third. Debate was fourth.
Yoel Novice riding hard through the wire, even though he'd opened up about 6 lengths on this group. Gets the horse finally to switch leads. That's Bourbon Heist. But strong performance here for this 4-year-old son of Practical Joke. Keeneland September sale grad for Berman Lane Stable.
You can never be too sure, Scott. You always have to ride through the finish. Congratulations to the connections. And I was talking to owner Mike McMahon with Bourbon Lane Stable. He said the 10-pound weight off would make a huge difference, and it certainly did. This was a big win for Bourbon Heist in race 9.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 6, Bourbon Heist, was first. The 4, Overbore, second. 1, A La Carte, third. 2, Debate, was fourth. 6-4-1-2, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for race 9, the Foxtail, the unofficial winner, number 6, Bourbon Heist, owned by the Bourbon Lane stable of Jamie Hill and Mike McMahon, trained by Ian Wilkes. Apprentice jockey Yoel Navas aboard. Bourbon Heist, 4-year-old gelded son of Practical Joke out of Elusive One by Elusive Quality. Winner bred in Kentucky by Muller Thoroughbred Stable Limited. Keeneland September graduate Bourbon Heist getting 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 122.86. Results official. 6-4-1-2, the official results for race 9. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Foxtail to the connections of Bourbon Heist. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet. $8,731 the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 mandatory payout today. Scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. Scratch the 8, Fearless Soldier. A reminder, 13 spy novel draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. 13 spy novel will run the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Overweights as follows. Number 1, Mo Visitor, 1 pound over. The 2, Midnight Rising, 1 pound over. 5, More Than Looks, 1 pound over. Also the 10, Moonstrike, 1 pound over. And the 12, Good Heart, the jockey, 1 pound over. Post time, 23 minutes away.
Final race of this spring meet, and we'll close it out with a first level allowance race on the turf course for straight 3-year-olds. As we know, the turf has been upgraded to good, and Wicco, the 11 horse, is the one that I'll lean on here in the nightcap. This is a son of No Nay Never, that top stallion stakes winner here at Keeneland during his racing days. Winner last time out at Turfway Park on the synthetic. That was during their big weekend up at Turfway in Florence, Kentucky, and thus that's why Johnny Velasquez was there that afternoon. Johnny V here at Keeneland, as he's been through the meet, gets to ride back. I think that the move back to the turf, especially staying at the route distance, is going to be a big plus for this colt, and we'll see Wesley close out another title here at Keeneland with a strong performance, in my opinion, from Wicco, who's 6-1.
Yeah, with this horse, you know, they tried him sprinting for so long, and he just, it's unusual to say this, but he just couldn't keep up with those fellow sprinters, especially coming out of the Wesley Ward barn. That can be a little bit surprising, but he didn't really have any turn of foot, Scott. He was just kind of running evenly at the sprint distances, and he really turned it around once he stretched out to a distance of ground. So I think that really made all the difference, and that's why he finds himself once again at the mile. He clearly likes the turf. It's just a distance situation, and it seems like he's in the right spot today.
Dunedin is the number 7 horse, the one that you've got on top. A strong effort last time out in the Cutler Bay. Even ran well last year at the age of 2, final race of his 2-year-old season at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet against Grade 3 Company, finishing 5th, only beating a half length to Nagarock. So we'll see him stretch out to a route here today, the number 7 horse.
Well, last time out, he actually did stretch out to 2 turns, because 7.5 furlongs is 2 turns at Gulfstream Park, and I thought he handled that just fine. The mile doesn't seem to be any bit of an issue for him. I know it's his first time at a mile, but 7.5 furlongs is usually pretty equivalent to this distance. He ran behind a horse by the name of Behind Enemy Lines. That was the first time in North America for that horse. I thought he ran on really well. One of his most impressive performances, though, was in the Grade 3 Futurity last year at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet, where he lost by a length. All these horses hit the wire at the same time, but he went against Nagarock, who is a horse that I believe even competed in the Hollywood Derby. So I just think he has a class. He's gone against some really nice horses thus far.
Turf King, the 3-horse Telegraph Leone. He's secured the jockey title here at Keeneland, so congratulations to him closing it out here on closing day. And he rides this colt by Kingman, one of the best stallions overseas in Europe is Kingman. And this is a colt that broke his maiden on the all-weather surface down at Gulfstream Park. So I would imagine the hopes are, the expectations are that the move over to the turf for this type of pedigree will move him forward.
This was a big performance, though, for him, all considering that he seems like he'll improve on the turf. Being the son of Kingman, the mare, she was multiple graded stakes placed on the turf as well. But I think more so, Scott, you always want to look at those maiden special weights and see what they have gone on to produce. That specific race produced 4 next out winners, including Clever Thought, who won a maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park.
The 2-horse Midnight Rising for Jordan Blair, my 3rd selection. Jordan debuted this horse, and he broke his maiden with a quick pace to run at a Turfway on the synthetic. They liked that effort enough. They jumped up into the Rushaway, a $250,000 stake race on that Jeff Ruby Stakes Day card for straight 3-year-olds. I thought that performance was fine. Obviously, to jump into Stakes Company right after breaking your maiden and to be beaten only a length and a quarter is a positive type of performance, and he ran against some strong competition. Ocean Point, Rarefied Flair. He's a son of Mendelssohn, that well-bred son of Scat Daddy, who was a graded stakes winner on turf and dirt, so a versatile pedigree here. I'll take my shot with him as a 3rd choice in this race. Could move forward with a surface switch as well.
Yeah, why not? He has a really nice turn of foot, and sometimes we see that even more potent on the turf versus the synthetic.
And then finally, More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie with a strong meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Here's a Keeneland September sale grad who just broke his maiden on the synthetic at the end of March at Gulfstream.
Big improvement in his second start. He had a little bit of trouble in that last race, and overall it probably was a little bit of an easier field than what he debuted against, but he's not a 5-furlong turf sprinter. He totally improved in his second start, stretching out to a distance of ground. He's a son of More Than Ready. He's out of a mare who was a stakes winner on the turf. So in my mind, it's turf top and bottom. This horse just needed more distance.
It is the final race of the spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. We appreciate you
you being with us throughout this phenomenal race meeting here in 2023. Of course, we've got sales to come. The Keeneland April sale will take place on Sunday down at the pavilion beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern time. That selected horses of Racing Age sale, the April sale on Sunday. And then we also look forward, of course, to the World sale, the September sale, before getting ready for another race meet this year in 2023 during the October meet, the fall meet here at Keeneland. A lot to look forward to, including the nightcap here in 13 minutes. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mill Ridge. An allowance for 3-year-olds at 1 mile over the turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet. Scratched the 8, Fearless Soldier. Number 8, Fearless Soldier scratched. A reminder, number 13, Spy Novel draws into the race. The jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. on number 13, Spy Novel. Overweights, the 1 Mo Visitor +1, the 2 Midnight Rising 1 pound over, 5 More Than Looks 1 pound over, 10 Moonstrike 1 pound over, and 12 Good Heart, the jockey 1 pound over. $8,700 in the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 mandatory payout. Post time at 5 minutes.
Less than 4 minutes to get all those wagers in for the final race of this spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. One to consider is Laver for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., well-bred son of Bernardini from that wonderful race filly, and First Dam, mother of this colt. That is center court. He's a half-brother to Navratilova, who's a stakes winner here at Keeneland Racecourse on the turf course. And this will be just the third time that they race him on the grass. His 2 races on turf were one on debut last summer at Ellis Park, and then ran in the juvenile stakes, that tricky turf course at Kentucky Downs. So there is a possibility that we could be sitting on a career best type of effort from a colt like this with this pedigree in this race. That is Laver in the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. green and white for Rusty Arnold. Let's go to the outside before we take a look at the number 2 horse. We'll look at Good Heart, the number 12 for Brendan Walsh. This is another colt competing this meet at the Keeneland spring meeting that'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale. He's hip number 84, cataloged as hip number 84, consigned by Hunter Valley, and make sure you check out that catalog at Keeneland.com.
Scott, this is a beautiful horse. I was looking at these horses in the paddock, and he just has such a presence about him. So I would say that's a really awesome opportunity on Sunday.
See how he performs here today, and then he'll be offered at that Keeneland April sale. Let's go to the 2 horse real quick if we possibly can. Midnight Rising for Surfside Stables and trainer Jordan Blair, as this son of Mendelssohn moves over to the turf course for the first time.
I just interviewed him, and he gave me some...
The horse?
Not the horse,
Okay.
Jordan Blair. He gave me some great information. He said that this horse had plenty of excuses last time out. Despite that, overcame it and ran a great race against Stakes Company. And he had confidence in running him against Stakes Company because he beat older horses first time out. But he came back with some broken caps in his teeth. So obviously with a bit in their mouth, sometimes it can be a little bit of a painful experience. So with that, I thought even more importantly, though, he said they really wanted to run him in a dirt allowance race. He trains phenomenally on the dirt, and the only other option would be in an allowance race on Derby Day. So they opted for this spot, hoping that it would rain and maybe come off. Not the case. So we'll see how he fares on the turf.
Good information. He's 7-1 right now. Less than a minute to post for the nightcap to wrap up the spring meet.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Mill Ridge. They are at the post. And they're off. Mo Visitor from the inside. Tiger Paw in between horses now moves forward, and Tiger Paw comes forward. Laver will go second. Itsos third up on the outside as they head to the first turn. Wyco comes away running in the fourth position. Itsos keeps moving up, going to be wide, but determined to move forward from that third spot around the first turn. Tiger Paw has the lead, though, against the rail. Leads at a length. Laver goes second, and then Itsos a wide third. Mo Visitor is fourth. Turf King is fifth in between horses. Wyco wide, 3 lanes off the rail, and sixth around the first turn. Good Heart, seventh in between horses. Moonstrike is eighth. Spy Novel is in ninth. Midnight Rising 10th. More Than Looks a wide 11th. Dunedin 12th in between horses at the back. Opening quarter 23.98 seconds. Tiger Paw against the rail. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Laver goes second a length. Mo Visitor third by just ahead. Joined by Itsos fourth on the outside. Turf King is still traveling in the fifth position after an opening half mile in 48.95 seconds. Good Heart starts moving up the rail in sixth. Still running 7 from the front. Wyco going to be wide again to the far turn. Moves up into that sixth spot now, but still 6 lengths from the lead, and Tiger Paw still leads the race. Leads it by just a length and a half, though. Laver, Mo Visitor toward the inside. Now here's Turf King. Turf King is fourth against the rail, still 3 lengths off the lead. Had to check there, got in some traffic. Wyco goes wide. Spy Novel is trying to work through some traffic, 5 lengths from the lead. Spy Novel and Wyco moving from the outside, coming after Tiger Paw. Turf King trying to rally back up the inside. Tiger Paw, Turf King. Wyco is right there, and here's More Than Looks. Turf King has the lead. More Than Looks is alongside. Turf King, More Than Looks. Head-bobbing photo for the win to wrap up the Keeneland Spring Meet, 137.97.
Oh, what a way to close out the spring meet. What a finish between these two runners. It's Turf King, the 3. It's the 5 horse to his outside eventually. That is More Than Looks. They are going to hook up here at this stage of the race, and this is as tight of a finish as we have seen here this spring.
This is a tale of two very different trips. I did not think that the 3 Turf King would ever find a seam. He finally did, whereas the number 5 horse, More Than Looks, literally had to circle the entire field turning for home, and it came down to this narrow finish in the end. I don't know that the 5 ever got past the 3, but it is a very close call, Scott.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th. In the photo for the win, 3 Turf King first. 5 More Than Looks second. 2 Midnight Rising was third. 11 Wyco fourth. The 1 Mo Visitor fifth. 3, 5, 2, 11, 1 unofficial. Objection sign posted. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul has been lodged by the jockey of number 13, Spy Novel, against the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 11, Wyco, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul concerning the unofficial 4th place finisher. Again, the claim of foul lodged by the jockey of 13, Spy Novel, against the 11, Wyco, alleging interference in the stretch. Television monitors and video boards, the split screen with program view to the left and head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. The objection does not concern any of the top 3 in the unofficial result. It focuses on the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 11, Wyco. In the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of race 10, the Mill Ridge, number 3, Turf King, owned by Wise Racing of Alan Wise, Chad Brown, the trainer, Tyler Gaffalione, 3 wins on the day. Turf King, a 3-year-old son of Kingman out of Sweet Acclaim by acclamation, bred in Ireland by Ridgemont Stud Limited, 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 137.97. In the winner's circle, the Mill Ridge Trophy presentation to the connections of Turf King. No change. No change in the result. The result will stand as is, 352-11-1. That result will stand. Tenth race results official. 352-11-1, the official results for race 10. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And the Toyota Super High 5 does pay on the exact finish in that final event, 352-11-1. Our congratulations to Tyler Gaffalione with 3 wins today, 21 victories for the spring meet. He is the leading jockey for the meeting. Wesley Ward, 12 wins to lead all trainers, and Godolphin with 6 wins to lead the owners' standings. We invite you to join us on Sunday for the selected horses of racing age sale. Gets underway at 4 p.m. Eastern here at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening. One final reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, stay open another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time.